Welcome to yet another day of Fire Emblem Engage. We are currently between chapters 14 and 15. We completed chapter 14 in the previous stream, but did not manage to get to the power log that opened up immediately afterwards, so we'll be beginning with that today, even though it is tuned a little bit higher for advanced class level 5. This is going to be the power log for Byleth. It'll be the fourth of the Emblem companion paralogs that we've done so far, and we'll see how it goes. One quick order of business before we begin, though. In the previous stream, we did finish with Legato pretty much right on the cusp of 20. We just put him in the training arena, got him up to 20 in a very short order, and now we're going to slap a Master Seal on him for a class promotion. And since he is one of the national lords in this game, he does have a special promotion path. This one is to Cupido, or Cupido, one of the two, probably Cupido, which is going to slightly raise his boat level and also give him access to swords. And I think we'll just go with it. Yeah, he's going to stay on cavalry. It's going to be a stat boost across the board. I think this will be the thing we do. Yeah, it's starting to fill out the promoted class roster just a little bit. Anyway, he's looking great in this very feathery costume. And that's all we'll do with the promotions for now. We do have my personal avatar pretty close to 20 as well, but I think we'll probably require at least one more map to get there. So without further ado, and without getting into too many details about how we've been rearranging some of the rings and skills along the way, I mean, you can just pick it up from the footage as we go. Let's begin the next chapter. We only managed to make it through a single chapter in the previous stream due to a bit of a mishap with the final turn that extended that session by about an hour. We'll see how well we do now.
What is that?
This resembles the Holy Tomb.
What is the Holy Tomb?
It's where the goddess Sothis sleeps, to ensure the safety of the tomb. A monastery was built atop it.
Okay, so why is it here?
Only a very few know the legend of Saint Seros in the Holy Tomb. Saint Seros received power and revelation from the goddess. She was to save the people of Fodlan. Perhaps it's inevitable that we'd be guided here.
Why do you say that?
If the bond between us is to further strengthen.
I see. And you want me to fight you?
Show me whether you can wisely use the power.
Understood.
In your eyes, I see no hesitation.
I'm ready, and I won't hold anything back.
Okay, so as with the previous Emblem-specific paralogs, this is going to be a throwback, a retro throwback to one of the iconic maps from the game from which that respective emblem hailed. In this case, it's Byleth's map, one of the maps from the first half of Three Houses, which is shared between each of the main routes, where everybody kind of dives underground and previously had to pop open all of these sarcophagi that you see layered about. Now, I don't know if we'll actually be able to interact with them ourselves, because the original map was this race to grab the various gems, and you do kind of see them marked on the map, but I don't know if that will become relevant to us. Anyway, unit selection, we get a team of 9. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Let's see, first of all, what we are dealing with. Okay, so Byleth is... oh, okay. We're going to have to deal with these guys. We previously encountered similar creatures, these 2x2 dragons, in the chase map in Chapter 11, where we really could not fight them directly. The thing that's significant about them is that they have a penetrating attack that completely ignores a defense or resilience. And so in order to absorb that much damage, we just need to absorb that much damage. And so we need to make sure we keep our health pools nice and high. As for Byleth himself, we had some trouble with him in a previous map because it was a little bit difficult to calculate what he was going to do with his ability to give everybody around him a double attack. Now you'll see that currently Byleth is not going to be on the move, but that is not because his movement is 0. It's because the map has not yet scripted him to run off anywhere. And so, if it's like the other maps that we've seen so far, where you fight the emblems directly, it seems as though there will probably be an event trigger a couple of turns in that will get him to start going on the offensive. Also notable about Byleth is that we have 2 revival stones, so we do need to burn them down 3 times, which is something that's going to be new here. Also notice that our revival stones all over the place on each of these fabrications around him, so yeah, it seems like each of these companions that you see here are going to be a bit of a problem. I suppose having a general, having a halberd, and a wyvern knight are kind of similar to having him surrounded by Edelgard, Dimitri, and Claude, except of course Claude usually runs with a bow. And they have a couple of special skills themselves. There is an air raid, and then a swap. Yeah, these are just the general class skills for each of these classes. We've seen them on our own side as well. As far as Byleth himself goes, we've got to watch out for the fact that he's got multiple weapons and that he does have effectiveness against Dragon, which was responsible for a pretty serious miscalculation on my part in the previous battle. Oh, he's also got a fist. Uses the lowest of the foe's defense or resilience. So yeah, we'll have to watch out for that. We'll have to have somebody fairly balanced, like Jean, for instance, face off against him. Somebody who's got a pretty good defense against both types. And given that we'll have to keep dragons and cavalry away from him, that seems to be the case. So, in terms of the range on these weapons, 2 range on the Sword of the Creator, 1 range on the other 2. Okay. So that's kind of important. Having to calculate the +4 strength to his allies is also likely to be pretty vital. Now, the fact that he can't be moved makes me wonder if he's going to stay in place. But you'll notice that you have warp staves on the surrounding healers. And so that is something we'll need to account for. And lots of healers all over the place, actually. So, heals on Thunder Mages, in fact. Gotta watch out for the bows here. It's just on both sides, so if we are running flyers, we need to be able to take those out first. Stilettos, Silver Sword. Yeah, if you look at the stats here, it looks like this is going to be kind of a high attack, low defense line over here. You got a couple of armored tanks up front, which we can likely just burn down with magic. And a lot of different skills that we need to account for. So yeah, the crystals are just marked as impassable. It looks like we probably won't be interacting with them directly. And that they're just kind of throwback decoration. Likewise, a lot of berserkers here, high attack, but we just need to burn them down first. So okay, let's take a look at the team that we're going to assemble then. Yep, got all of our other 3 rings in place with Ike and Lucina and Lynn. And we've pretty much got a regular A-team beyond that. These are all promoted classes, other than the Avatar, who is pretty close to it. I think we'll probably be able to run it this way. We do have kind of a main healer in Pendrao, as well as off heals from 3 different characters, and so as long as we have heals ready to go. Now, I might want to replace one of the heals with a mend staff just in case, I think. Because the heals always do add, I think, half of the magic value, so, you know, here you would have power of 22 or 23. Yeah, might not want to take too many chances with the healing power, but we'll see about that. We can always grab more heals from the convoy if need be. But we really shouldn't be holding back, perhaps, against opposition that's going to be quite this tough. So, what we will do, I think, is probably just keep this team. I think Yunaka is going to have some issues on this map because it's getting to the point where everything is outpacing her attack power by a little too much. We had just promoted Fogado, of course, but we're not really dealing with any anti-flyer stuff here. Not very much anyway, so I don't know if we would want to run him. Although it's true that currently we don't have bows, do we? Yeah, we do. We kind of technically have bows on Anna, so... But we really only have to deal with the one flyer here, and Lyn will probably be able to take it out using the Astra ability, which is going to be within range 10 of wherever Chloe's standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Obviously, we can't get in too close until we deal with these guys. Or can we? Maybe we can. All of this on the altar is impassable, though, so let's not split the group too much. We probably wanted to calculate a move that will allow me to take out as much of the first rung of enemies as quickly as possible, and then also start drawing some of the enemy in. As far as the approach to the Phantom Worms go, we do have Wormslayer on my avatar, but I found that the type effectiveness was really not that damaging at all in the previous map, so I don't know if that will be all that helpful. But defense and resilience of 21, yeah, we basically just need nice high attack combined with speed. These are only speed 3, so I think we can burn them down pretty quickly. It's just that we need to be prepared to take 33 damage in return, which means that we can only really fight one at a time. Which is an issue if they're covering each other's ranges, of course. Unless we come in and fight one, and whoever's in range of the other one just gets healed up before that becomes an issue. Also, they've got 2 attacks. They've got a slightly longer range one that also ignores defense, but yeah, at range 4, if they hit at range 4, then I guess they would switch to the fireball weapon for a turn, and then it would be safe to attack in. And I think maybe that's the approach, is that you actually permit an attack into you at 4 range, just at their maximum range. And then you can counterattack directly after that. And that seems like it might be the best way to do it. Anyway, let's assemble a team then. Yeah, like I was saying, the wild card is whether we go with Marin or with Fogado. Fogado is a little better on the physical attack, although we have the Radiant Bow for him to do some magic damage as well. Kind of in the 29s and 30s when it comes to his damage numbers. And a very similar situation with Marin over here, who was mostly my Levin sword user previously. So the benefit of Fogado, of course, is that he would have access to the longbow for the extra 3 range, which might be useful here. But that would seem to be the main reason to work with him. 3 range isn't going to give me enough for these fellows, or with the Thunder Mages anyway, so I don't think it's necessarily going to be that useful. Maybe against the silver bows at best. Also, what are the skills on these bows? Crit 10 during combat with a foe that can't counter. Yeah, we'll need to watch out for stuff like that. Okay, so let's see who's going to hit who. We can probably... let's take a look. This is blocked off here. What's the skill here? Smash attack, okay. We just need to watch out for stuff like that. Run through. Alright, so we need to watch positioning. Can't really assume it's going to be a firm wall. Yeah, I think we take out the units that are sort of in the back first, and we cluster back together and make sure we can deal with these two. And hopefully we have enough time to do that before we have to start deal with Byleth. We probably don't want to do anything like shooting at Byleth or his companions from afar just yet, because that might activate them. And we ran into that problem with the last map where we activated bosses much too early. At my great peril. Okay, slightly different structure here, as you can see, with where the crystals are placed. And that will kind of affect our placement as well. Now, given the resistance numbers as well as the fairly low speed here, I think it's pretty likely we'll want to do magic attacks into both, and it's just a matter of whether whoever's there can survive the silver sword here. So yeah, I think we probably need somebody who is able to defend, like... Where is my tank? Louis coming up front here and being able to attack in, and then having some kind of backup. I also put boots on Louis, by the way, which is why he has 5 movement now. Very helpful. Yeah, potentially you can have somebody like Marin go Levin Sword. Because Levin Sword would do 30 by 2. Basically do 25 by 2, and so if you have Marin back here, for instance, Marin can come in, you could do a 2-on-1 kill. Swordmaster would then attack into Louis. And then you would just need somebody to kill this one up here, which can be done. You've got Magic Attack 38, and if it's likely to hit twice, which it looks like it will, then that will be set as well. Okay, so basically you can take out these 2 units right away, bait the next one in, and that should be the approach. We'll do something very similar over here. 29 attack, 29 attack here, so it's probably a priority to take out this 42. It's just defense 9, so we, for instance, put Jean up here. Jean... With the Flashing Fist art, his defense is effectively 15, so we probably don't want to be too incautious with him. Because you would take basically 14 from the... and we'd have to watch his speed too. 14 from this, 14 from this. Take 28 HP if we haven't healed him up, so... He's going to fire into this, and... He's going to do a 34... by 2. Possibly by 4, in fact. Minimum by 2 because it's the Flying Fists. So yeah, he's actually going to get a quad attack, and depending on hit rate, it might be very safe. But we probably want to have some kind of magic attack against him as insurance. Now, interestingly enough, Chloe is able to get in here and hit this guy. And it won't be enough of a speed advantage, unfortunately, because it'll be 22 against 22. But she's also not able to fly over any of this because it's impassable. Okay. Who else can get within range here? Anna and Lucina can get within 2 range to potentially drop the killer bow. That might be interesting, but again, not fast enough. Trying to see who actually does have high enough speed to deal with that. We had some kind of speed demon here, didn't we? Yeah, Louis here. Also, where's my Pandero? Oh, he's over here. Pandreo, rather. Pandreo. He's over here. Speed 25 on the Elfire. He might be interesting. Depending on the magic rating over here, it's going to be 11. Yeah, he's just short of the speed that we need, in fact. Otherwise, we would be able to nuke these. However, if you have some combination... Yeah, we'll see. It might not be viable to kill both of these on a first turn without making some fairly considerable adjustments. Ideally, we want someone in here who can actually score a kill. For example, if you have Anna over here. No, it doesn't quite go long enough. With the killer bow, you got 26 on her. 26. If it does hit the crit, then you're good. Crit 43. Yeah, I can't really count on that. Likewise with the lance off of Chloe. Interestingly enough, somebody can do a 3-range attack from back here. If you have another mage like Citrin, for instance, would be able to do a magic attack of 38 against a sword and be very safe in doing so. And so you can kind of whittle that down and weaken it. Which makes me wonder if, yeah, because then you can come in here and do some kind of ranged attack to kill it from there. So yeah, Citrin comes in here and just nukes. And then potentially, you got 38 over... what is it? Yeah, 27 damage. Yeah, it's not going to be enough to kill by itself, but then you rush in here with somebody else and finish the job, and then it's just a matter of taking a hit from whoever's there afterwards. Let's see about speed. Yeah, Javelin would probably do it. Like, Citrin, Chloe, ganging up on this guy, and then you'd have to deal with this Swordmaster attacking into whoever you send over there. So that will probably be okay. Not perfect, you'll leave a couple alive. And then Pendrail, you can kind of keep hanging around in case he's needed for heals. In which case, it might be better to run him here in case he needs to get up close to anybody who's under attack. That still won't really be enough room, in fact. He'll probably just go physic anyway. But we should keep him here just in case, just to maximize the chance of healing up the party. This end I'm not too concerned about, comparatively. I think everybody here should be well positioned to do their job. So let's do an inventory check. I think I kind of like it. And yeah, we'll worry about how to do the combined attack against the dragons after that. We will, of course, do a quick sound fix as well, because it's the beginning of the stream and we're already running into problems, just like we did yesterday. Sound was choking like crazy for the beginning of yesterday's stream until it finally settled down a bit. We'll see if we can get that back in order. Okay. A quick inventory check here, just make sure things are okay. Yeah, maybe I should replace one of these heals with a mend just to be careful. Yes. Let's see if I have a spare mend staff here. I don't, but we can grab one from the marketplace. And yeah, let's not mess around too much with this. And we'll swap out the low power heal. We can keep a standard heal on Jean for the time being, but I might want to replace that with the slightly more durable item. No, we'll just leave it. No, let's be safe. We don't need to be too frugal about this, given that resources are effectively unconstrained in this game if you have the time to run more maps. Also, as far as the utility staves go, we have a bunch in storage. Something like the silence or fracture or whatever might be useful, but obstruct, of course, has been the MVP so far in terms of coming in for us in some very clutch scenarios. Anyway, a quick inventory check. Let me just make sure people are holding what they should be holding. I'm tempted to move Citrin onto a Bolganone instead of an Elfire, but I think I actually do want speed on her for the time being, which is why we haven't been doing that. Yeah, Pendra's surprisingly good on the attack, as is Marin with 11 swords, so we've got lots of magic damage incoming. And the only thing is that we don't really have any permanent bows other than Anna with a killer axe, so our 3 range attacks are all thunder. That seems like we should diversify from it, but 9 units are not too much to choose from. If we have trouble with this composition, we'll probably swap in Fagato for somebody. But I think we'll keep things as is. Let's do the pre-battle save. And let's see how it goes.
To win the fight, keep your eyes wide.
Okay, so there is some kind of interaction.
What are those things scattered around?
Those are my targets, and I will destroy them.
Algard.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it actually is kind of a recreation of the objective from Three Houses. And Byleth is going to rove around a map too. Let's do this. So we'll need to gang up on him at some point. I should have kept in mind, by the way, that I wanted Chloe to stay potentially on the Astra for the first turn, so we can start sniping the Wyvern Knight right away, who will be the major target for it. But let's listen to this mix of the Three Houses theme music, and let's do battle.
Your orders, please.
So, Silver Great Lance here, he's going to take 10 return. If I can avoid doing that, of course, just to maximize our effectiveness here, that would be my best, I think. 11 Sword is very nearly going to just kill. I will just find the relevant optimizations. This guy's range is going to go up here, so yeah, Ivy's going to stay out of range. And Ivy should get a pretty easy kill with a 98% hit. Let's just do it. Anyway.
Understood.
Oh yes, that's right. Strin going here. And All Thunder is going to do a fair bit of damage if it hits. But then we'll see what kind of cleanup we can do with it afterwards. Notably, that if we go over here and go Javelin, the Javelin would do 16, but it wouldn't be guaranteed. Also, the kind of damage that we'd have incoming after that would be a 16 as well. So, alright. Interesting. This is breakable. This does not appear to be. Let's take a look at that. Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Jean's Silver Spirit here, though, should burn this down completely. And somewhat easily, although you'll notice 38% chance that he's going to take some punishment. That's what Pendro is for to heal up if we absolutely need. Maybe we can do something to obstruct as well, if necessary. Should have put Alacrity or something on Jean, so he wouldn't run into quite so many issues. Also, the other thing we can do... No, we'll just leave it as is. Okay. In that case, let's run Jean over here. And yeah, if he takes some punishment, we just heal him back up. That's going to be a miss with that 38%. Works for me. Anyway. Hopefully none of these are going to whiff. Because we could be in some trouble if they do. Specifically, we'll be able to survive. Not going to be too bad. And we definitely don't need the engage effect this turn. We'll just nuke.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's going to take some kind of hit coming into the next turn, but that's okay. And Speed Taker is going to do some work here. So good idea to get her to kill right away. Also, yeah, we do need to be aware of the ranges on these guys as well as the ranges on the bows. And a Byleth, of course. Those are the ones that matter most here. All Thunder range is going to be important as well once we get to that point, but for the time being... Yeah, it'd be nice to feed Marin some experience for getting a kill, but no, in order to minimize incoming damage, I think we are going to hit with her first. That's going to get to break as well. Okay. That's going to be pretty straightforward.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Again, we don't want the party to stay split for too long. We do want to combine them again in order to attack into the mini bosses as such. Anyway, you've got 28 magic attack coming in from these guys and 38 physical. That means none of these will really be adequate. However, you can just get within range of the magic attacker. Which means that we should actually run Pandreo down here, because Pandreo will be able to soak that no problem. And we'll be able to hit back with 32 against 20. I might even be able to do better than that. No. He'll be fine. So yeah, we'll run Pandreo down on this side, and we'll follow suit with my other units so we can potentially push through this location here. I mean, Anna's way out of position on this side, so maybe she should go over here, but then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now she's going to be way out of the way. Alright, in that case... yeah, we'd probably just stand right here. Ideally, we want to pull everything back a little bit so my other units can come in and reach. It's going to be tricky though, so I think we'll just go here. Possibly another step. Yeah, no, we'll go here. It'll make it easier on the other units. Yeah, with a 28 resilience,
I can fight.
they'll be fine. And Lucina, yeah, we'll bring her back this way. Let's congregate on this side. Okay, so we'll do some damage. That's okay. We'll knock them out. Didn't know all the troops spread out right away. Obviously, it'd be nice if we could play this perfectly, but since I'm going in blind for the first time, we can't necessarily count on that. Anyway, gotta watch out for these guys. Because the AI is prioritizing hitting the objects, I think we just go down here, nuke them with Pandreo, that'll be fine. And yeah, we just kill as much as we can. Unfortunately, they ran all the way over here, which is not ideal. But all of this we should be able to take out pretty easily, so... just go over here with Pandreo right away. And just hit.
Time to pray.
Okay, there we go. Then we can potentially get her with the killer lance here as well. That's going to do 22 and break, minimum. So she should be the first attacker, regardless of how anybody else will do against that. Then we can probably come here and finish off with some thunder. And if she gets to crit, all the better.
I've had my eye on you. Simple enough.
Alright, that works. The Speed Taker is going to do its job. And then we'll continue moving our troops down. Very much with the intention of combining forces as soon as it becomes viable. I can't really read the remaining hit points on what is being attacked here, which is too bad, because that seems a little bit opaque. And we're also way out of position for hitting anybody over here. Gotta watch out for the Elwind. Not that the type effectiveness has been too much of an issue. But the mage is obviously not who we want to be fighting as Louis. We'll want to get mages down here, in fact. Which means specifically Ivy, once we get to her. And then we got physical attack 24 coming in here. Which means we'll probably just park Louis in front. Prevent the stiletto from doing too much. Because Silver Sword, yeah, that's fine. And 11 Sword's going to do a little bit more. Then maybe we can go down here and just Great Lance this. Actually, we can just Great Lance this. We don't even need to do very much beyond that. Wouldn't pull this guy in, though. We might want to pull him in, so... for example, if you go Spear... hit rate's not great on that. Yeah, no, we'll just likely go like this. We'll just try to mob the other units.
Is that sufficient?
As soon as I'm able. And you gotta swap on them now too, in case we have a mess to clean out on the front lines. Anyway, physical attacks with that stiletto, let's not mess with it. How's my resilience? Resilience is okay. Against 28 though, and her speed is okay, which is important. We're probably okay just moving down directly. This will not be within range 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Given a resilience 20, we're not going to go 11 sword for that one. Seems like a reason to go sword instead of dagger. With Marin is to avoid weapon triangle breakage, but yeah, we'll basically be just one tile away from. I'd ideally like to go 27 damage, 9 defense here, so yeah, with the speed advantage, this is feeling pretty decent. Okay. And then we've got a couple of spare units that need to do things. Probably just move down into position as quickly as you can. Notice that you've got the same position over here. Okay. And then Citron down here. Let's switch her back to something high speed, just for safety. Yeah, it's gonna hit pretty hard. Unfortunately, that's one down. So, won't be a perfect run. But we'll save what we can. Anyway, Silver Dagger will I get the kill over here. Not at too much expense either. Then we come down here. Do we have to deal with magic attack at all? Not really. It's all physical. And it's all survivable as well. So we can come down here and just start wrecking things. Particularly with the javelin, if we can. So we don't run into issues with this guy here. Resilience 6 on that one. It should definitely be magic attack. Like El Thunder is going to do 27, and then possibly Louis can come in and finish the job. Certainly hope so. And yeah, Silver Dagger. Either way, Elwyn is going to hit at 2 range, so I think that's actually a good position for it. Pending on how we do here. 38 against 13, that's going to be 25 or so, yeah. I mean, alternatively, we take the 11 sword down here. We just kill that directly, assuming that we have a way to kill this one. And we do. Takes a fair bit of incoming damage, but the important thing is that that would get a double kill. Whereas the other one, the other way of doing it would certainly not be guaranteed. And yeah, we'll just decamp there with a spear. It should be very, very safe. Okay, in that case, that more or less settles it. Let's go like this.
You were a worthy opponent.
Yeah, too bad about that one crystal. But not more than too much today. Let's just get in here. Also, let's just check skills. And yeah, we can even loot a bit of gold here. %, on that. And then just taking a look at the enemy's hit rate when it comes to various options. Now, if any of this misses, we're in big trouble. So I think we'll just go L-Search just to be absolutely safe with 100%. We need to heal her up somehow. Okay, good. She is safe. I didn't miscalculate. We'll just come in here with a javelin and start pulling. Okay. So now on this side, we need to make sure we don't get too close with Chloe because of the presence of the bows. However, a javelin would do quite a bit of damage, in fact. Oh, too bad I can't quite stand close enough to my avatar. But yeah, whoever's able to take 33 damage at 4 range, that would be ideal. I mean, somebody just has to take the hit. There's nothing more to do about it but to heal it up. You know, something tells me that whoever comes down here shouldn't be too far out of position either. Fortunately, we don't seem to have anybody who's going to be able to hit at 3 range here, unless of course we trade a Thunder over to Mandreo. Or just have him get within range of 1 arrow, which is probably very unwise. Yeah, we cannot get too close. Engage is also not going to do... Well, it's going to get the killer bow down, which might be helpful. We should actually test something too. Because supposing we have
It's
engage.
just like my fairy tales.
How much damage does this do? Astra. Not too bad, 20 damage against it, so... Potentially... particularly we reload Astra in the middle here. We're then able to snipe the Wyvern Knight later as well. In fact, if we can demonstrate something here, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, well out of range. Okay, so somebody's got to take a hit. Somebody with high avoidance, probably. Looks like it's going to be Divine Dragon over here. We'll just have to take some damage, possibly. No, we don't have Chain Guard ready, do we? At least not within range. Yeah, if we had Chain Guard ready, that would have been perfect. Because then you could drag someone in and then hit them anyway. So let's see how we're going to hit this. Yeah, ideally it should have been Lin, unless we have some kind of positional tool that we can use with any other character. Fortunately not. Or we just go shielding art into it. No, I think we're just going to probably trade off the Thunder and do it that way. And yeah, we'll just take that. And then we'll come over here. We'll go L Thunder for one of the staves, perhaps. That would make sense to perhaps trade it for Physic for the heals, and then we'll trade it back after. Okay, that's a decent hit. Hopefully that just hits.
Forgive us.
Alright, good. And everybody over there is out of range. So now let's think about how to pull one dragon. Probably not both. Unless we are really prepared to fight. However, if we can get Jean over here, that's already going to be a big start. Yeah, because defense doesn't matter anyway, so we just take somebody who can take enough damage and heal up quickly. We'll go for avoidance, as I said before. So perhaps... Yeah, we'll just pull in. That's going to hit so hard, though. 33. Well, it's going to be 28 damage rather, if it's coming in for the 4-range attack. But the idea behind a 4-range attack is that it's going to go move up 2 slots right here, and we might be able to mob it with some units next turn too. Really pull it in. The other thing too is that engage will reduce the damage I take by half. Although it would guarantee the hit, so just a matter of whether we want to go avoidance with it. Very difficult to make that calculation just by ourselves, but yeah. So in fact, yeah, unit can't counter for 1 turn. Yeah, that's fine, because I'll be attacked at 4 range. Except defense and resilience will not matter here, so we actually just want the 50% reduction. That should help. Pick a spot. And one of them, at least, will be able to withstand. So, yeah, we'll do engage now, probably. Just to soak damage.
Emblem, engage!
And in the interest of getting other units within attacking range, we will stay. And yeah, enduring will not be useful, so, well, not at this range. Okay. And then we'll get some of these back into a central position. And Lucina back around here. No need to engage on her just yet. Now let's see about the pull. Yeah, it'll be 11. And with the javelin, we're going to start taking out the bows pretty quickly. There will, of course, be some heals that we need to be aware of, but that's okay. We'll just try to take out a cluster as soon as we can, without running into issues with Ivy. Okay, now, so we should watch out for the range in each of these respectively, so we don't get attacked by 2 at once.
To the death.
Also, because she's in such bad shape, she can be a finisher, but not the opening attacker. At least not without something like alacrity to keep her company. Now, however, if I top her health up completely, that could change. Marin, meanwhile, would be able to do 9 and 9, and then take tons of punishment after that. Obviously, Ivy can't get anywhere near the bows, so we'll... In fact, it's better to mark like this, because then you can see exactly the ranges we're dealing with. Yeah, you block this position, perhaps. Then Dragon is going to do quite a bit of damage after that, so we'll see. It looks like it's a potentially good time to think about how we're going to attack into all this. This is not an actual attack, just a damage check. We obviously do want to... Oh yes, that's right, I traded the tomes. We'll need to do some kind of trade back. Yeah, at least the damage is totally fixed at a 33, which is going to be something reliable and predictable. So she can do 34, for instance. Then that will allow her to stay out of range, because we do want ranged attacks then. In all likelihood. And yeah, the Fire Breath does attack back, so... Unfortunately, this idea that I had with being hit by the fireball and then not having to deal with it when we put the Fire Breath going instead, I guess I misjudged or miscalculated that. Let's see about this. That's okay, I can always go in with Libération. Wormslayer is going to do pretty well, in fact. But somebody's going to have to take a hit. And if somebody's going to take a hit, it should be Citrin because she's on the outside position. And as always, we should consider that Astra will also do this cleanly. Perhaps.
Emblem, engage!
The Astra Storm would be doing 20 each, which... yeah, combined with... the right kind of ability, I could do it. So for example, with a Killer Axe, I don't want to mess with that just yet. But yeah, activating engagement with Lucina might actually be the best idea here. Also, coming over here with a spear. That will do a pretty significant amount. As long as we get the kill, that would be fine. Because none of these will do any kind of meaningful poke. As long as I stay out of range of Thunder, which is going to be a critical piece here. I don't really have a good picture of who I've marked here. Everything just blends nowadays. Right, because you can undo the bows as well. Yeah. Right, because potentially we go 11 sword over here, that'll do 9 and 9. I think we can do it this way then. As long as we absolutely know that we're going to kill. That we can heal up afterwards. And that moreover, nobody will be within range of the arrow. In fact, no, can't get within Great Lance range, unfortunately. In the interest of raising hit rates, let's go straight to the middle. 100%? Yeah, we can do it. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. And then we can do a heal up in the back as long as the archers don't reach. Yeah, archers aren't going to reach this location, so Ivy can do a heal. potentially, unless she's involved in an attack of her own. And Marin's going to have attack priority here due to alacrity, and so that's going to be nice and smooth.
I won, my princess.
As long as you're improving. Okay, we must kill the other one though. Otherwise we're going to run into a bit of trouble here. Yeah. Ivy will not be within range regardless. We'll keep her here just in case we need her for some other kind of heal, but it looks like the way to do it will be to just attack straight in. And indeed, if we use All for One on Anna, I believe that is an attack that will not be countered.
This item is not
But I don't know if we want to spend so many engages right now when we don't have enough refresh pods to make use of it. Allies are too far out of the way, that's not going to be useful yet. Killer Axe also... Yeah, Hurricane Axe is going to do something pretty similar here. Except it's also going to push the unit back, which we do not want to do. Brave Axe is going to do 8 and 8. Noble Rapier is not actually going to be too good. 12 damage there. Yeah, Killer Axe is the best idea because you could potentially get a crit on one of those 2 shots as well. And the enemy's attack percentage is 71, which, okay. Could be worse. Yeah, we can't attack in until I've healed up. Or, yeah, no, yes I can, because we have the damage reduction. So maybe that's the best way, because we can knock this down a bit. Yeah, Pandora is going to be a little out of range. Yeah, Citrin's going to get the 17 down. You can come in and heal her, so... I think the best way to do this, then, we'll either think about the adjacency bonuses. Also, yeah, because then Pendreo can come over here, do a trade, and a heal. And, yep, we'll just do this then. And Jean can also come in and potentially get a heal down as well. In which case, if Jean's gonna heal, then I should come down here. And I'll take some damage, but that's okay.
First one's free.
And in fact, a chain attack damage from Anna's ability will help a little bit. Put it down to 25. I like his edge. Jean's gonna come down and heal, but Citrin can do 20 and 20, except she will take punishment for doing that. And Brave Axe is going to do 14 at first before taking a lot of damage in return, so... I think what we'll do is we'll do Killer Axe here. If she takes a ton of damage, that's actually okay, because the idea is that we're gambling on potentially getting to crit. Also, the enemy hit is not that good. So at least one of these shots will hopefully crit. And then we just do 2 heals after that. But then heals are kind of out of range right now, whereas come in with Pendreo and heals Citrin, that might be a little more workable. Yeah, we can attempt to Killer Axe, but that might potentially create one additional heal I don't have room for yet. No, we've got to go Citrin. I think. Much as I always like to get Anna kills. %77% though. No, let's be fancy. Let's be really fancy. See if we can get the crit on the first shot. That's ideal. And she will. That 60% critical chance has been doing absolute wonders for us here. It means we still have Pendreo and Chloe free to do some business here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just a little bit out of range of the fabrication there, unfortunately, but we can start perhaps picking off silver bows, who are going to be fairly slow speed, so even if you have a physical attack of 32, that's going to be doing about 21 each. Anyway, let's get the heal with Jean first before we do anything else. Not going to be quite at 100% here, but close enough, and he'll do something useful. In fact, Citrin has a heal staff as well, right? Oh yeah, that's right. We wanted to trade staves again to put Thunder back in Citrin. Some of these guys will walk over in due course. I'll Thunder. It's going to hit anything up to here. So I think the idea will be, let's mark this first. You stand here. This is the only spot that would be hit by 2 targets. We obviously can't take Chloe in there, but can we take Pendreo? 11 against 32. He can tank one of those shots for 21 damage. And he should be able to hit back pretty hard. And then we run Citrin over here to trade items as well. Yeah, he'll take a lot of damage, but then against 9 resilience, and he's going to do a double hit. I think he's going to be in pretty good shape in terms of outright killing something. Let's make sure we don't need anything with a staff. That's fine. We could do shielding art, but then he won't be able to hit back. I'd rather he hits back. And Citrin can get in there. Also, let's take a look. It grants a bonus to hit and avoidance equal to 3 times the number of allies and foes within 2 spaces. So yeah, that just means that we need to park my allies right next to him. And he can also self-heal next turn. So we'll move Citrin down here to do the trades, just so we keep track of who's got Thunder. And then Chloe back into a more central position. We'll do it here to buff up Pendreo, but we're going to start preparing for Chloe to get an early shot off to do a quick kill on somebody here, likely the Pegasus. Not the Pegasus, the Wyvern, rather. So, yeah, she'll be here. And we won't do the engage yet, because she won't be able to hit anything. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, she can't hit anything critical just yet. But we'll see if the cluster here with Violet is going to be on the move, because then we need to decide whether we start picking off heals or pick off some of the incoming damage. So, without further ado, let's switch back to Killer Lance. Wait this one out. And the last one is going to be here. Now, Ivy's taken quite a bit of punishment herself, but she's going to heal up. Lewis is the first priority. Louis. And yeah, that'll hit for nothing, and we just spear each of them in the face. And yeah, pretty good buffs there, giving the high avoidance that led to the hit rate of 67% coming in from the enemy. That's what made things extra efficient there. The double heals here essentially don't matter. We'll just attack into that stuff. Yeah, we'll just mob these guys, and we should be fine. Obviously, we'll need to take care of archers first, so Ivy has a bit more of a free hand. 32 magic attack on these guys. Ivy has 19 resilience. It's not really that much to work with. I think I'd probably need to run Pandreo over and do a range heal on her. Or do something else like have her do a close-up attack here or here to take out... no, it had to be a close range attack to take out a bow. Because otherwise she'll get hit. And she'll get hit hard. So yeah, no, it has to be basically a melee range attack, which means we'll need a second attack into some of that, followed by something that kills the stiletto and still survives against Elf Thunder, which that is actually a lot of damage coming in. So I don't know if we'll be able to defend this crystal here. That's going to be a hard call. However, Anna and Lucina do have a killer bow with a fairly decent crit coming this way. And she's not going to be able to attack it onto this side, so I think it's actually going to be fine to have her come here and see if she can get at least one crit that will get a kill on this archer. Afterwards, though, I think there's still going to be a bit of a problem with her being in range of too many attackers. Because we only have 3 attackers remaining after that, and we have 5 units to deal with over here that all hit pretty hard. Yeah, because Louis will have resilience 10 here, and he's going to be... luckily with the Elf Thunder Mages, their speed is 9, so at least they're not going to double up on everybody. But 32 magic attack is going to do 22 and 22. It's survivable, so if we have Louis up front, he's still able to live. But anybody else here is potentially at risk. If we don't find a good way to block off the Elf Thunder Mages. However, Spear is just going to kill it, which is fine. Because physical attack from a stiletto is probably much less of a threat. So we just need to make sure we take out 2 archers. Take out 2 archers, that frees up Ivy. Ivy can probably just attack this. Let's see if we can get within the healing range for Pandreo. He needs 5 range. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can he go over there? Not really. So the problem is that Ivy's a little bit low right now. Jean can come over to this position and heal Ivy, but Ivy can't attack from this position because the bow will hit back too quickly. However, because the bows are going to do 40 something against her each, no matter what she does. But yeah, looking at this, I think we probably can go Louis down here. Actually, no, he shouldn't go down here. He should come up here to block, to make it more difficult for this guy to walk. But Elf Thunder range is going to be an issue anyway, regardless, because if he's walking all the way over here, Elf Thunder is going to do how much against Ivy? Each of those is going to do 13, so if there are no physical attackers remaining, then 1 Elf Thunder against Ivy is still survivable, but I think she might just have to pull back out. Unless she can get something like a thunder attack from range. that might be the best option, is that you just pull her out completely, do a 3-range attack, if necessary, to finish off one of these enemies. Still going to leave too many alive, though. I mean, if I kill 4, then, you know, perhaps we have one who's still not able to do very much. He's got 19 speed. And everybody else is pretty fast here, so if you leave the stiletto alive, it's actually not too bad as long as it doesn't crit. Which means we should just go in and fight. Hope for the best with Killer Bow. And yeah, so the idea being that Ivy pulls back and assists to kill this off with Thunder if this somehow whiffs. Or, well, we'll see. I mean, Marin is able to kill this straight up. So both bows will essentially die and allow me to block off this location with 2 units. Which means that anybody attacking in would have to come under here, so let's just do it. Okay, it doesn't quite kill, but she also doesn't take damage, so that's okay. Also, if you look at Marin, if she attacks with a dagger, that also gets to kill on the L Thunder. And it also kills before it can fight back. So if we can do something here, I think I don't really want to spend Astra on one of these, but it's tempting to do so. Because then you can take out both mages and you just don't worry about them doing 32 damage or whatever. As long as we have enough firepower here to kill 3 of the remaining units. So for example, Ivy takes out 1. Marin takes out 1. Louis takes out 1. I feel like we can do better than that. No, we would need to, in fact. Anyway, we can look at the side as well. See how we're doing over here. One way we could potentially do it is use Pandreo's warp to transport a unit close in. And then you would have 4 attackers. It would be a very fancy play, but we live for the fancy plays. It does mean that Pandreo would have to stay here and continue to fight these guys. And let's just see how much damage we're talking about. He would not take much from Owl Thunder, and how much would he take from the bow? About 21. Yeah, he can actually go 1v3 against these guys here. Just fine. So he should actually come over here and transport probably Jean over to the other side. And then Jean would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces. And then be able to attack in and kill something. And then Marin and Louis can pretty much take care of the rest. They have a dagger left alive, and that's okay. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, Jean would be in this location. Unless you transport Avatar over. In which case you would have how many movement points? You would have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not great. I'd rather have somebody who can guarantee a nice quick kill. 31 over 12. That's 19 to 19. Yeah, no, that could do it. You need the experience too. Okay, in that case, yeah, because we want Jean available for heal. So we are going to warp over. And we'll move everybody else out, probably. Though Citrin could also potentially kill down here. Nah, L-Surge doesn't quite do it, but combined with Gwynlyn, maybe? No, because she would take a little too much punishment. So, for example, if we were to hit, yeah, she takes 21 each if they do in fact land a hit, so that's not good enough. It's too bad. Yeah, now I'm regretting not having the Bolganon on Citrin instead of having L-Surge. But that's okay, we'll just pull them all back, and then Pendreo is just going to kill everybody here. So, we'll do... go warp over here. This should work. Entirely too fancy, but it should work. And then Liberation is just going to take this out directly.
From me to you!
You'll get no sympathy from me.
And then, yeah, Louis can basically sit here and spear one, while Marin takes out the other. Which also means Ivy is able to hit that, and then Jean can heal her up. Okay, time for a chain attack.
First one! For Lucia.
And we've got the level 5 Linverm skill coming in. Grasping Void. What does that even do? That is a chance of extra damage, yeah, with high dexterity, which ours is okay, I think. What is it? 19? Yeah. 90% chance. Okay, so now we have 2 units free to take out 2. We should definitely take out the mages. And the Stiletto, if we leave it alive, that's not a big deal because he won't be able to go anywhere, so... Yeah, Stiletto's got movement 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hitting here is probably the worst case, and it's not a bad worst case. Given that speed is just 19. So yeah, we'll go with Louis over here, and we're going to spear the L Thunder over here.
From me to you!
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Yes, you were. Then Marin will come in and deal with the other one. That's going to be with Silver Dagger. Since Levin's Sword will not quite do enough against a mage.
Ooh, I just spotted a rare bug.
I feel like as soon as we attack into the central cluster here, they're all just going to come out and start mobbing me, which means we need to be pretty careful. But we can kind of do a little bit of a damage test to see what we'd be potentially looking at with the Astra if we do attack in. And indeed, if we call doubles this turn, then we have some follow-up attacks potentially. Yeah, that's not going to do very much, but the best we can do is over here. Now, if we put her beside my avatar eventually, then we could potentially get a really good bow shot in with Astra. But if we engage this turn, drop doubles, then that brings us closer to doing a second Astra later on. Indeed, if we come down here, I might be able to show off what her damage is like against some of the lower pieces here. Yeah, because the double move that is enabled by Byleth is a massive problem, and so we have to be extra careful not to be too exposed. Okay, so we got a couple of choices here. We can attack in and take out 2. Which is absolutely possible. Certainly Killer Lance would just take that out immediately. But then we would need to be fairly confident in taking out one other unit beyond that. And fortunately, these have resilience 20, so that's pretty unlikely. I think we just go with... actually, Hellfire would basically straight up kill one, so... So we can actually just kill 2 this turn. And then... That's fine, because... And then we just take 1 hit with El Thunder, which is going to be 32. That's barely going to scratch her, while Lynn and Chloe should be doing pretty well themselves. It'll do, well, it'll do 21 damage to her. Yeah, it's a little bit rough, but maybe she'll just dodge it. In fact, given the stats, chances are pretty good that she might just dodge it, so. Killer Lance it is.
And they live happily ever after.
And we'll see how bad things go if the movement on these units is released right away, because of course we need to look out for the fact that these units have warp, which means that they can send the enemy into the fray pretty much immediately. So if it decides to do it next turn, it can just move Byleth over here, and then Byleth just attacks in, and everything goes to pot. Especially with the type effectiveness from Byleth. So, you know, maybe this is a terrible place to stand. But that depends on whether the AI does go for some crazy ambush play like that. So Trin can come in here and pick something up if we really need to cash. Or here to have a more central position. I think we want to go here, just to constrain the movement a bit more. We'll go... I mean, El Thunder is likely going to hit me from 3 range, so we'll not care too much if we do El Surge instead. We'll do whatever minimizes problems. So yeah, that's likely to hit Chloe pretty hard next turn, but then we can heal her up out of that, so... resistance 7. We'll put it in a convoy. I don't think magic attack is a big issue from this point on, now that El Thunder is out of the way. It's not an issue at all, in fact. It's pure physical attack. Oh, except for Blutgang. Blutgang does magical attack. And we'll need to watch out for that if there's a weapon switch. Okay, so we'll just watch out. And we'll do a nearly complete heal over here. And we'll see what the enemy does now. Enemy's not quite on the move yet, which is good. Because once we attack in, this could get dicey. So, yeah, you want to stand in a decent position to start bursting some of these down, because they do have 2 separate life bars in some cases. And so, if I get into position, and if they're not attacking into me just yet, then 1 arrow shot could do some work here. I don't have a longbow though, so probably not it. But you know, against thunder or something, that could potentially be pretty vulnerable, so yeah, pretty terrible hit rate. Anyway, This was almost taken down, so we basically lost one pedestal, which is unfortunate. Because it would have been nice that we could do this perfectly. But I think we start to just rush the platform then. Just like we did originally in Three Houses. But we can start pulling this out with the Astra, that's better. Because then you can still use these pods to refresh along the way. And keep Chloe out in the open, so... yeah, let's take a look here. I think first of all, Citrin should get the kill here. Before anything else happens. And in fact, you can move into position here instead of heading up by herself, because... oh, I don't know about that. Maybe they should head up the steps. So we can just pinch them from either side. Yeah, Violet's pretty tough. Raises damage with user's magic, can strike closer at range. And we don't want to get too close to the fists either. Well, I mean, he's going to be moving at some point unless he's really locked in position. The movement 5 tells me at some point he will be unlocked. And he'll be on the go. So let's stay together so we don't have any stragglers. That means we're going to go Hellfire over here.
I beg your pardon.
And we're going to try to pull everybody to the middle here, but not until we get in position to do what we want. So, Anna and Lucina with the bow, they should remain in a decently central position, I think. Although it'd be nice to get her to axe this. Yeah, Louis with a spear. The other thing too is that the longer I take, the higher the chance of last minute reinforcements, which do happen. So maybe I should run up the steps. Anyway, let's figure out who's going to get this kill. And who else we need to potentially heal up. I think we're okay for health. Yeah, Citrin can use maybe a little bit of a boost here. Just for insurance. But yeah, if we can get some of the hit rates up on stuff like Thunder, yeah, let's just cluster in here so we can start ganging up right away. Low wall. Yeah, because does she have a ranged attack here to work with? Not really. Yeah, that's okay. We'll go central. Like this. Oh, you know what? You can even do a shove with Ivy. It's not going to be enough, though, because if you go down here, Ivy shoves. Here. Still not within range to give Chloe the adjacency bonus, so never mind that. Anyway, who should get a kill here? You got Marin on level 4. Yeah, let's go Anna over there. We'll put Louis right back. Put him on Silver Great Lance. We'll do some kind of formation. And we'll see if she can get the crit. If she doesn't, she doesn't.
Come again.
But that's given me a lot of flexibility, as we can see here. Okay. Yeah, let's move in. And yeah, movement 5. If it warps by 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's kind of get out of range of the central triangle. Let me see this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That could hit pretty hard, in fact. Also, is my Jean at full health? Yeah. So maybe I move Chloe in here and chain guard her. Or just chain guard everybody I can. Actually, no. What we'll do with Chloe is we're going to start dropping doubles first. Because that way, we have follow-up attackers for the next turn. As well as decoys. Yeah, I like this idea.
Emblem, engage!
So Astra can do some damage, but not quite enough. We want a little bit more juice on that before we start the attack. Good hit rates on those, at least. And yeah, we'll group in the middle. Maybe get in position to grab the other orb. No, we want to get in position to give a damage boost to Astra. So yeah, right here is good. And yeah, we have to be very careful with the anti-dragon weapon. And because both Avatar and my flyers are all vulnerable. But potentially we could use remaining warp to have somebody come in and really burn down Byleth once the time comes. Probably Jean. With that extra huge attack with the fists. Let's just get Pandreo into some kind of position. And we'll do some kind of massive chain guard for its own sake. Okay, so now, we got some reinforcements because we've been taking too long. Griffin Knight, that's okay. We'll shoot him down. And we'll shoot him down without too much trouble. Adjacent spaces have a movement 1 for allies. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so let's say we go Chloe over here and go Astra. Then with the damage buff, this actually does really well. But I think we're going to take out this guy first. Just to peel it out of the front. This will kill anything here, of course, but 65 damage against that. I like how much it does to Byleth, though. Although that will heal him up right away, so it's pointless to knock him down if the surrounding healers are going to top him up. We have to burn down 1 life bar at a time in a pretty big chunk. Let's go Astra.
As if I'd lose. I can't retreat now.
Now, maybe it's a bad idea to pull everybody in this turn when Griffin Knights are going to start up here, but we could potentially go El Thunder with somebody at 3 range. Yeah, that's going to do some damage. And then we can just chain guard it with Jean just in case anything chaotic happens. Yeah, the hit rate's kind of terrible, but we'll attempt that, and that'll start to knock her down early. And it'll perhaps draw some of the healers out. Okay. Well, Jean with the chain guard, just to be safe. I'll put Citrin up here. And we'll refresh everything we can. So we get Ike's ability back up and running. And then Lucina kind of on the outside here, but that's okay. We'll get them back in. And Louis can even potentially soak the Silver Lance on the first hit, yeah. In fact, I like that idea. Because then he's going to do 54. He'll actually just kill it. So let's just go wait like that. Pendreau, I think, just to be safe, we're going to top off Citrin even for 5 points. Don't want to mess with it. And yeah, Marin will have up close. Okay, that's fine. We'll just continue to attack in patiently. And these still give me experience too, so this will be fine. In fact, here we can start trying out Anna's a special delivery here, their bow. All the Great Lance will also do just fine. Yeah, because if you do that, then probably the best way to hit that 3 range. Although you got much better hit percentage off of Citrin, so I think maybe I move Citrin in there and try Thunder with her instead. That might be a bit better. The other thing we can do too... Oh, I don't have reposition up and running, do I? Yes, I do. Or don't I? Oh, not yet. No. Okay. Well, let's nuke what I can. In fact, if we get... Where's my Chloe? Where'd she go? Hard to tell her apart from all the doubles. Where did she even go? Why can't I see her? Oh yeah, no, because she's glowing from the whole thing with Lynn. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because, you know, even if we came down here, we obviously are not doing this, but Killer Bow would do quite a bit. In fact, you can just go bow versus bow, and that would just absolutely wreck her. Let's try this thunder thing first, though. Yeah, that doesn't do enough damage. But you can hit most things and live to tell the tale. The issue is I don't know when Violet is going to start moving, and that could be a real problem. Anyway, enough of that though. Let's just go... yeah, maybe we can draw this out. Yeah, because all of these are willing to move now. Yeah, this is definitely willing to move next turn, so we should take that into account when trying to take it out. Also, Silver Lance, either way. So we can take it out and then maybe use Warp or something to pull it back with Andreo. That might be viable. So in that case, Pandreo would go over here. Yeah, too bad we don't have any other better repositioning tool. But Warp might be the best way to do it. It'll spend the last of the Warp Staff, but that's okay. In that case, let's have Anna get first pick of this here.
Thank you.
Nice and easy. Yeah, basically too much magic defense. But yeah, dragons should probably not hang around there for too long, because we're going to run into some issues. Anyway, who gets this kill? Probably... Let's see what Marin can do with either Love and Sword or the dagger. This is actually a bit of a tough customer over here, without having an arrow shot to deal with it. I'll do 19. Then how much will Marin be doing here? 14. We need to gang up on her, unless of course we just go Jean and go flashing, which is just going to kill it straight up. Yeah, we'll do it that way.
Is it strange that I'm fighting?
Yeah, nobody else is moving yet, except for these three. That's fine, because if they get pulled out, then we start hitting them from range. So I think we actually do go for this. Because then if we have these two here, opposite side would have follow up. Yeah, we would need to evacuate her out of there though. Unless we really flip some of these guys down. There's some kind of chain guard. There is a chain guard on them, which is why you can't hit them at all. Over here anyway. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Javelin does well, but Killer Bow does better. Pretty much guarantees a kill, I think.
One moment. Do you mind next one? Sing one for me. Hungry for more. A good wind.
Yeah, if we had a better positional tool to work with, I'd pull her out some other way, but These two are potentially going to attack in. We don't want that because 43 and 63 had no. 63, wow, look at that. Silver Great Axe, yeah. Pretty much what I'm rocking here as well. And the Chain Guard does cause problems, so let's pull her out with something. Pandreo's Warp would be the way to do it. So we will pull Ivy out of here for the moment, unless of course we want to bait one of these attacks. If you have 43 in here, that's going to do how much? 26. And you've got speed 18 on that. We obviously can't stay on Thunder. If that's the case, let's... So you got magic 39 if we do that. Like, stand on this corner here and see what happens. And that might actually knock down one life bar. Because you would get a double attack that is 39 on 13. That's 26, 26, yeah. So the idea is actually to stand, like, on the wall. Unfortunately, we no longer have a Chain Guard available for that, but... Okay, yeah, we can do it. We can just stand here. Should be survivable. We make sure. 63, 43. Yeah, it should be doable. And then we use Pandreo to pull this one out. And perhaps even put her here for support, but... yeah, we'll pull her back here. Yeah, breaks the staff. Oh, Citrin's still up and running. I had actually forgotten that. I had saved her for this round. Well, let's see what we can do with her. Even though it's some kind of very minor thing. Yeah, she had a rescue available as well. That would have been fun. We'll probably just leave her in place. And then, yeah, because next we'll maybe make some kind of Chain Guard play to pull the other one, pull the Great Axe as well. We'll just move everybody back in the center. And leave Citrin and Marin in place. I think they're fine. Let's see if this move actually works. Oh. Yeah. The warp. Okay, luckily. No, unluckily. Okay, no, we need to turn it back. Okay, so unfortunately everything gets moving right away. And this is a good time to acknowledge that I have to fix my sound. So, one moment. We will rewind this one, of course. Okay, so that move doesn't work. It gets in close because the warps start going. I was thinking that with all of the units they're having activated, that just the ones with their movement range on the go were the ones that we're actually going to play. and that the healers and Byleth were going to stand back. But unfortunately, the Goddess Dance puts a pretty serious wrinkle into that.
If we lose you, then we've lost.
So, Time Crystal is going to go back. So that entire turn might need rethinking because the units down there have already been activated. So let's see where we're going. Yeah, because this was basically what we were doing. And then we were totally out of position. And we should have actually let them attack into the doubles, which means standing way back. Because let's study this before we actually rewind to see what happened here. Byleth used Goddess Dance. And that gives everybody a strength 4. And then, yeah, because we had a double warp staff. And then these guys, once they get up there, they attack. So we need to survive either attack on pretty much any unit that's within range. So we need to back way up. And rethink all the positioning there on the previous turn. Yeah, because we got the 3 kills, and that's a problem after that, so... Let's see, how far in did they go? Yeah, anything that's warp 5, and then the movement range beyond that. So let's get back to turn 7, or turn 8. Okay. So that was miscalculation, because I didn't understand what was about to happen with the warp staves. I actually wonder. I can't do a double rescue play, I don't think, but we have... So Byleth doesn't appear to be moving yet with a Sword of the Creator. I actually wonder if we can do some kind of crazy play where we warp Louis over here, and we snipe off both warps. We have somebody else come in here to hit. I don't know if that'll work, because we have some pretty big attackers coming in, and we need to kill them somehow. Anyway, we really need to rethink this, particularly this 66er over here. That needs to get locked down somehow. Yeah, because without the warp staves, these guys don't go down. But a flyer might still be a problem. As it's this 63, that's a huge issue, because even against Louis got defense 33. This guy's still going to hit for 30. He hit it so incredibly hard. We might need to pull everybody back, because warp is going to go, let's say go warp 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we need to think about 4 range beyond that, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty much this whole cluster here. So we need to pull way, way back. I think we just pull defensively and see what we can do. Against this guy, I'm not too worried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the guy on the right that we just can't fight at all. Which means that potentially we need to leave the Wyvern alive as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's going to hit at 1 range, so 5, 6. So basically this whole triangle starting here and going down, we need to get out. And that's okay, because it means it'll potentially attack into the decoys, and maybe that'll work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be out of range. Warp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would come in and potentially hit with a lance, but that's okay, because we just sent somebody over here to knock this one out. 3, 4, 5. 4. Yeah, actually, yeah, we just used Louis to hit this. He would survive a hit down there, maybe. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so Louis stands guard over here. And potentially we just let the warps happen and see what happens, but it's going to be rough. So somebody should do a bow attack on the left side then. Let's totally redo this whole turn just to be extra defensive against the warp range. Somebody who can sustain the 43 attack should be going here. Also, you can probably... I don't still have my Astra, do I? No, I don't. Okay, then we should probably just do great lines like this. But if somebody is within attack range, then all we do is we also use a chain guard against it, using Jean, and we should be fine. Except Jean was the attacker over here, wasn't he? And he would be effectively defense 15 against a 43. 43 against 15. He'll live. Right, because this was what we did previously, was we just did Flashing Fist to kill it directly. Okay, no, we're just going to pull everybody else back.
That must have hurt.
Although maybe we should have kept Jean topped up so we could do a chain guard on some kind of cluster. In that case... yeah, because this guy can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3... Unless, of course, they move first and warp. Yeah, no, I have miscalculated this again, too. I should have looked at the positioning of the failed turn a little more carefully. We just pull everybody back. And let's just not mess with it. Yeah, too bad. Never fun to have a reset. Unfortunately. Feels very imperfect. Very un-Fire Emblem. So we need to get out of range of this guy. We pull everybody out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to go up to the orb +1 because of the attack range. So we just pull way back. And exit the triangle. Unless we have somebody who can tank the magic. No, it is a physical attack, okay. Yeah, we'll pull everybody else out. Okay. And yeah, it would have been nice to do something with a killer bow here while this was still active, but we'll do this instead. And hopefully we've read the ranges correctly, because 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this is still wrong. Yeah, because we've accounted for this guy, but we haven't accounted for the movement range on the Axeman once he comes down. So this might still be wrong. Because he can still move into attack, right? Like, after he warps, he can still move. Yeah, no, we didn't pull back far enough, in fact. We're counting a little too much on this stuff here. We need to go much further back than this. But we could activate Ike once again and block, because in the 63 attack would be doing half damage. Yeah, except this, yeah, this is still not in position. Let's pull way back. I think Chloe might actually get sniped if we're not careful. And if things do not function as I expect them to. I'm gonna just move everybody behind this cluster here. Okay, because you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to move in and hit. That's okay, we'll deal with it. Let's see what happens. So it's going to do the warp. And then what are they going to attack and do? Are they attacking a decoy or attacking me? They might still be attacking me. Okay, no, they're not within attacking range. Good. That's fine then. That's interesting that they don't attack in. Very gentle of them. Okay, let's mark these guys, just so we know what we're dealing with. And we'll pick off these remaining enemies first, which we should be able to do without too much trouble. This one's going to need magic damage, for sure, and tons of it. Volganone is going to kill, and then we have another attacker coming in to do that. What was something similar with this guy? Like Citrin is going to be able to do it as well. Like Elfire here. Yeah, we'll just do 2 hits.
I claim this victory.
A little concerned about Violet warping in, but we'll go yeah, Marin won't do much with the dagger, but with the Levin sword a little bit more. How about Levin sword here? Not quite enough. So that means we'll go with this. That'll nuke. Okay, pretty smooth. This should not be too hard to deal with. We just need to send in a bow. Or even just attacking in directly with... Yeah, no, bad idea. However... yeah, these guys with a silver lance we'll have to deal with at some point. Let's... at the end of this turn, we'll land Chloe over here so we can refresh her for another Astra. That'll be the right idea, I'm sure. 20 and 13 over here, yeah. Definitely just need an arrow shot. As we know, and then Lucina can mostly do it. Okay, she can do about 20... Who's my other arrow? Yeah, Chloe can do it, but it would be better if we had some follow-ups. And of course, the Great Lance here will work wonders. In fact, yeah, Great Lance here will be necessary to defend that position as well, so... And then, yeah, we just ship that with something. Oh yeah, I didn't account for the push. That's okay. We'll deal with it somehow. Do we have anybody on Thunder? Still not really. But we can trade the Thunder if needed. Yeah, that was actually a slight mistake. But if we activate Ike, then we're fine, because then the 33 damage here does not actually do that much. It's going to do 50%. We actually just get the kill. But we need to do engage first, before we try that. Okay, and then we need to do something about this unit over here, which... Well, first of all... Jean can do one round. Just fine, in fact. I mean, while taking a bit of punishment, perhaps. Pandreo can do a ton. Yeah, Pandreo, Marin... should be able to take care of this by themselves. So what's the hit against me? 80%. Yeah, this is going to hit pretty hard, but... We'll see... We have anybody free on heals? Not really. That's okay, we'll just find some kind of effective kill order to do this. But we'll be able to do it. That's the short of it. Let's just attack in. Yeah, no better way to do it. Let's just... where am I standing? Yeah. The other two can attack from range. Once again, I feel like I really should have put Alacrity on Jean, just to avoid situations like this.
Everyone's safe.
So we can keep him topped up. Do we want Marin to get the kill? Yes, we do, because she's just on the cusp of a level up. Probably. Also, to avoid issues with Violet coming in for a snipe. Yeah, let's hope he doesn't just warp in and snipe Jean, because that would be kind of awful. But too late to do anything about that now. Yeah, short of it is that we do need to snipe the warps at some point.
That's how a knight does it.
Okay, and then Chloe, what does Hobble do? Hobble... Okay, if you knife somebody, then you slow their movement. Okay, that's actually very useful. Chloe's gonna stand here. No, we still need to kill this. Let's not forget. Yeah, we activate Ike and then go to melee range. Definitely need to engage.
Lend me your strength.
And yeah, we'll just hit.
I fight for my friends.
And that's gonna max out, which is good, as long as we don't feed too many experience points this way for the rest of the battle, as that means we'll finally get a promotion on the main character as well. 33 over 16. It's going to be 17 divided by 2. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Violet warping in is the main risk factor here. We'll have to deal with it. Switch back to Killer. Land here. And we'll put Anna in the back. Just to get ready. Okay, warping into healers. That's fine. That's not bad. I don't think I expected that hit, but... What's that even attacking me with? Shielding art. Okay, that's why. Hadn't thought about that. And Violet is on the move, which is good because I can start sniping him. Even if he is holding sort of the creator, which would then give him 2 range. That's okay, we'll attack him from 3 range. We've got lots of thunder options for that kind of thing. And we'll also get the Astra going. Stern. So anyway, we'll start killing some of this off. And then Lucina's still out of range. We should have moved them in slightly closer. What are we dealing with? 13 and 19, okay.
I can still help.
Is Jean able to burn this down quickly enough without dying? Yeah, we can. We can heal him up after this. A shielding art on this guy as well. We'll probably just poke with something hard.
Goodbye.
And yeah, we got plenty of options here. Pandreo should probably pop the heal over here, though, before things get a little too dicey. Now let's go Killer Axe, as usual.
A little product demo.
Oh, he's very effective. Then, yeah, we go Pandreo over here for the mend. I need Violet to not kill me. 34, 27, and 30. And of course the fists strike twice. So it'd be a 27 by 2. So, yeah, we don't want anybody too fragile on either defensive statistic to get within range over here. Ivy, for example, you have 17 and 20, and her speed is sufficient to survive, at least with both known. Now, basically, if like hits it back, we'll show what that looks like. He hits really hard because of his type effectiveness. That's why we do not send the flyers over. However, we can still drop an Astra on him, and that'll be good. Astra on the healer, too, might be good. Yeah, some kind of remote attack on a healer is possibly even better. Also, taking advantage of the protection tile and just dropping somebody there. That could work too. Maybe even transporting Jean. But first we will take this guy out, and that's going to be using... who wants to kill? Well, since Ivy's not doing much else with her life, Elwyn gets a little bit of type effectiveness for once. Not quite enough. And of course Louis would just straight up kill immediately, which might be fine as well. Let's see if we can feed somebody here. Citrin needs a heal. Oh, Citrin is potentially going to drop El Thunder, though, in this location here, and start killing, so we should actually just use Louis and just poke. Just keep things simple.
That was eye-opening.
Because then we can actually heal up the party before we do something like attacking in Or 15, which is not much, but... yeah, obviously can't do anything with Dragon, but Chloe and Lynn, if we go... engage... oh yeah, you know what? One thing she can do is engage over here and drop the doubles. Theoretically, the doubles should still be targeted. That might be interesting. If she's out of range anyway. Like if she comes over here and drops some doubles, then she could still be attacked potentially. With a Sword of Creator, but not with a fist, so... that does have dragon effectiveness though, so I'd rather not mess around with that. At least not in that position. Like if we do it in a further turn, that would be better. If we just drop Astra now.
It's just like my
and drop the
fairy
clones perhaps next turn. Yeah, because that is 5x5, that's pretty good. That doesn't quite kill as much as I would like. Yeah, because then we drop this on him right now for 100%.
Now I have you.
Maybe we can get one bar down, at least. And then Citrin can maybe get a slight damage buff if I just move right here. Also, we still have a warp available on this guy, which could kind of play spoiler. Unless we kill it. We could even move in here. And then against Resilience 9, what is that going to do? Sword of the Creator is the only thing that's going to hit there, but it can hit Dragon, so that's a really bad idea. We don't want to get within range of that. But we can go here. And that would be up to 14 at least. Yeah, let's not mess around with Great Ether just yet. The idea should be to get Citrin down here. So we'll wait here. Oh, we'll pop her a bit of a heal just to get things back up and running. And we'll hopefully
My pleasure.
not die to a warp. I might get at least partly healed up, but that would be better than having a warp stat drop on me. Yeah, as expected. Also, out of range of rescuing this guy now, so that's good, because we can just go for that instead. And then we can go call doubles on the next round. Yeah, because this will be out of range. Which means that we can also get Ivy in there. Potentially for some Thunder. In fact, that would be a little more effective. Okay, let's do that then.
retreat now.
Then Violet's going to come down. Sword of Creator is going to be the only thing that can attack at 2 range, so because of that, it'll be safe, I think, to tank with Louis. As long as we could do it with a Javelin. Kind of force him to go 2 range. Don't know if I can do anything to poke this turn, but yeah, that's probably best. Effective Dragon Cavalry, yeah, armor's gonna be fine until we hit the fists, which can do magic damage. So let's go Spear. Wait, that's speed 12 though. No, he's gonna get doubled anyway, so that's fine. And defense is gonna be 34, so no, that's gonna be fine. Unless I'm missing something. We'll do an adjacency over here. And then we can endure... No, that's not really going to be within range, so... But since we're on the last turn for this, we can try it anyway. Just to see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's not going to hit, but we were at the bottom of that meter anyway. Anyway, let's move Jean over here because Jean is generally going to be pretty important. And yeah, no harm in burning a quick heal for a few points over here, so... Then Anna and Lucina can kind of go around for a potential flank. We'll move Marin over there as well, in case Marin can go around. As well as Citrin for some thunder. Which she can't really drop from this position, unfortunately. Okay.
I won't let anyone die.
And yet, Ether's going to totally whiff. That's okay. Now we know. Louis can hit just fine, and that'll be 1 bar. I will need to break him somehow, probably with a lance. But let's see. Yeah, Killer Axe. That might have some potential if you actually land a crit, but we would need to probably heal up afterwards. And the current problem is, of course, the fists from Louis. But if we punch, then that does a pushback. That is 15. Getting in there at 2 range is probably not advisable. No, that would just kill, and kill spectacularly. So yeah, in the event that we have to deal with this one, what does it do? It's going to do 27 attack, and it's going to do it twice against 10 resilience. So it's going to be 17 and 17. So Louis can actually survive that as long as I top him off. So we should actually do that. As long as whoever heals him up is able to get out of there as well, which, well, we'll see. So somebody would have to heal him up from behind so he doesn't get hit. And Violet goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then isn't able to hit whoever's here. So basically need to pull back for a moment. Actually, no, this is wrong. Because both of these would double him So this would actually be a quad attack, this would be a double attack. So no, Louis would die. Especially with the magic attack here. It's going to do 20-20. The fists would actually do 17 by 4. Which is way too much. So that's not going to work. We actually need to basically kill him. Unless we get Jean up there. Jean, in the shielding stance, would actually be able to survive a thing or two. That's probably the way to do it. If Jean is up there, and he's got defense 25, resilience 24. And that should actually be able to sustain any of this. So we just pull back, actually, and let Jean take over. Possibly even chain guard with him. Oh, we could also chain guard. Go javelin now to burn down 1 bar. Spear, rather. Spear would get a break if it hits. And if it hits, then that means we can actually take advantage of the break if it is sustained to just pummel him with as much damage as we can, but somehow I doubt we'll be able to get that much done. Gonna have to mob him with absolutely everybody, but might be an idea for next turn instead when we have more of this under control. Yeah, better to pull out and play safe now, I think. And just control the situation. I'll also take advantage of swap. Let's wait here. Let's just get everybody out for a moment. We can also drop the clones if need be. That might be a good idea too. In fact, that would be an excellent idea as long as we do not let him get within 2 range. Yeah, then we can block a bunch of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's pull everybody out first. This is going to be within range. That's okay. We'll block though. And even if you do have sort of the creator 34 damage against this, that's sustainable. Except for the dragon vulnerability, which is a bit of a pain. Yeah, because the idea would be that you drop a couple of clones over here, maybe even draw in over here, yeah. That would probably be the way to do it. We'll just go like well, let's move Jean first. That's going to be the most important thing. Yeah, now we can see what our actual movement range is going to be. And then, because of that, we can start to think about where to drop clones. Just kind of concerned that we'll run over and do a 2-range attack, even if I do drop distractions. Because the type effectiveness is a real issue. I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be within 2 range over here. Let's get out. And if we can... we can drop 2 over here, in fact. And maybe that'll... Yeah, because then you'll have some doubles who are just there to participate in the chain. That'll work. Okay, he should attack him at this point. Oh, destroyed crystal. Okay, that's too bad. Didn't think about that as the targeting priority. So now we've lost 2. That's unfortunate. That could have been preventable too, but strategic decision there not to attack into me, I guess. If we do Flashing Fist, incidentally, that's going to do 32. Probably more if we mark the avatar next to that. Oh yeah, and the clones disappeared right away because only so much you can do with that. Okay, that's fine. Well, he's got a magic weapon up as well, which is fine because it means that we can attack in safely. And that's still going to be a problem, but it is going to inflict break and do 30. So let's figure out how to do 18 first, just to chip that down. Just need to do a bunch of calculations here. Yeah, we can also do this. Just trying to figure out what will be most effective here. What else does Blitzgang actually do? Alright. Will Anna be able to do much with the bow? Not really. What's the Trin? Where's she? With an adjacency buff, she's able to do something. So, for example, if I park here, we'll need to burn him down this turn, for sure. We have a couple of ways to do like 36 damage or so, and then a couple of other ways to perhaps improve on that after inflicting break. Yeah, Vendrell can do something. Yeah, because with a 3 damage bonus, that significantly improves. Well, to 19 by 2, which is okay. But I think we need to go here. Then we can support 2 attackers. The idea is that then you could have somebody like Citrin go 18 with the Allfire. Then you have someone like Louis coming here with a Great Lance. We want to break him first, I think. Yeah, we get to run around on him somehow. Because this would then have to be Javelin rather than Great Lance. It's okay. Spear would, in fact, inflict break. I don't know if Great Lance... Does Great Lance... Oh, yeah, because Great Lance goes last. That's why. Well, then let's see. Yeah, that will do 30 and a break. Javelin. Just the benefit of going Killer Lance is that you'll have the correct chance to potentially just get this done now.
First one's free.
And the chain attacks are pretty helpful too. Let's do that. Means we could potentially do something like get Marin in over here for the dagger.
From me to you. You were a worthy opponent.
And that's the last life bar here, which will be fine because it means we can start burning down the Jean right away. Seems like it'll be decently effective. 76% not great, but maybe Louis can prepare this. 25 and a break. Yeah, we'll definitely want to break him though. Because... Well, no, the break is still active, in fact. At least against... no, Blutgang is one range to begin with, so that's why there's no issue here. So yeah, we want to maximize the chance. That's the general idea we'll be going for. In that case, we need to see what this does first then. And how many hits we get in. Okay, not great, but doable. How hard will Louis hit? Decently hard, but 72% is not good. It's kind of rough, actually. That's okay. Worst case, we'll do a warp out. And send in a second attacker. Let's try to go Anna. And does Engage do anything to improve this? Yeah, actually Parthia. Which would also give her a pretty big boost. I keep forgetting that Lucina has this because we just recently leveled up the bond high enough to make this happen. So this will probably work. I could mess around with dropping some extra heals here, but I feel like 91% still has a bit of a failure chance, and we should not mess around too much. So let's hit, and that should do it.
Left to teach.
Yeah, so one rewind on this map because we totally misread how the boss cluster would activate. And then, amazing job, you protected an incredible number of crystals. We lost 2. I don't know if there's an additional reward for being perfect, but I imagine there might be. Talisman, we can drop on somebody later. Yeah, too bad about that one reset, but we got it done.
I managed to win. Somehow.
Well done. Your fighting was magnificent.
I learned so much battling you.
Thank you. But your skills were quite strong.
Still, you've taught me so many things. You're an excellent teacher, Violet.
And that's kind of you to say. All I need do is listen and give a little nudge. Your success here is the direct result.
I've always understood that one choice. I'm worried what might happen if I ever make the wrong choice.
You needn't worry at all. And you have your allies to set you right. Remember, I will always be by your side as well.
Thank you. I'll continue on my path.
You've clearly learned all you need to here.
Let's continue. So I believe the next main story map is where we will grab Corin. And we'll have to assign Byleth to somebody first, of course. So, and we've got a couple of other things to do. We should put the promotion on my avatar to finally get him up to Divine Dragon. But we'll do all of that after we run around a map and grab what we can. No pets here. But yeah, kind of lovely to run around these familiar environments as well in previous games. They're fully modeled here and explorable as well.
Not bad.
I don't know if they'll say anything else interesting about the location.
That's true.
Yeah, she's always hungry for more.
A word, please.
Oh yes, we have one additional collectible back here. We've been very short on silver though. Steel is fine. Iron is fine. Silver has been very limited. But we may still be fairly early on for that.
Hey!
When it comes to weapon upgrades in all of their glory. But anyway, we don't need to be too chatty with the party. Let's just move on. Although we should see how we're doing for supports once we get back out into the map. Yeah, we've got a few to look at. So we'll see how the next map looks. I don't know if I'll stay long enough for it, because that could still push us a couple of hours, but we won't spend too long in Somnial. As usual, when we're between maps, we'll just do a couple of the essentials. And yeah, first of all, supports. Let's take a look. A couple of level Bs here.
Hello again, Divine One. You said you would prefer something that money could not buy. I apologize for the delay.
It really hasn't been that long.
To me, it felt like an eternity.
Do you have an idea?
Indeed, I have. I think this token of my gratitude...
Oh, it's
What did you come up with this time? Okay, that's something that money doesn't buy.
yes.
Blue Blur, welcome.
This certainly is a pebble.
We just finished a map.
On the side of the road
We
and
may
paid
stay for
nothing
another
to
one,
acquire
depending
it.
on the scale.
What a thrill! No cost, no worth. Is something the matter, Divine One?
I guess I didn't explain myself well enough. Imagine that you found this pebble a long time ago and kept it. If you were to give me that pebble,
One that I cherished.
you know, sentimental value,
Worth that comes from the heart. I think I understand. Next time, I'll offer you something that will truly delight you. Rest
The thing
easy,
is,
Divine One.
in this game, I think
shall
you
return.
actually are able to give other characters a pebble as a gift. It's in my inventory, in fact. I have a couple of pretty pebbles that I just haven't given out yet. As well as piles of horse manure.
You slept for 1,000 years, and when you woke, you were thrust into battle again. You're the absolute picture of a fairy tale hero.
am I?
Oh,
He
yes.
kind of is.
One doesn't meet people as extraordinary as you every day. Yours is not the average person's life. Oh, how I wish it were mine.
I don't know.
And she says that while, of course, battling beside me
What? Why
day
not?
after day.
There are many burdens I must bear. You're absolutely right that my days will never be considered average. Sometimes average seems like it might not be so bad.
Oh, I'm really sorry about that. I didn't stop to consider how someone already living one might feel.
You don't
yes,
have
Blue
to
Blur, I did watch the
apologize,
direct.
Chloe. I know you didn't mean anything by it.
I still feel a little guilty, though. Oh, I know.
And yeah,
I'll
it's going to
bring
be
you
a
special,
busy
delicious treat as an
2023,
apology.
that's for sure.
There's this rare pickled deep sea fish. I'll go fetch some right now.
No need. Really.
Yeah, do let me know if there were any particular highlights for you. Not a lot of new material, but a lot of elaboration on things that I knew I was already interested in. It certainly doesn't help my schedule that all 3 of the big expansion passes that are coming for Splatoon, Fire Emblem, and Xenoblade 3 are quite relevant to my interests. And yeah, Prime Remastered is already out in digital. I understand that the physical copies are going to be released quite soon. It was dated for the 22nd, but some retailers have the shipping date marked as earlier, so people are wondering, I think, if the deliveries will actually come before the posted date. And it seems to be selling out quite rapidly at a lot of online retailers, so there's quite a high demand for the game in physical form. Okay, let's get the class upgrade before we forget. Up to Divine Dragon, which will finally give me access to fists and raise a lot of my stats across the board. So let's just do it. No additional vulnerabilities, I just stay in dragon form, so... Now I've got to pick up some more Master Seals. I think I'm starting to run out or run low. So we finally got a class promotion on the main character here. And yeah, I expect a physical copy will be quite a hot item. Since there's a digital alternative, it's not going to be as crazy as Prime Trilogy for the Wii back in the day, but eventually, you know, things like digital shops will go down someday. So I find that it may be slightly less convenient to buy physical than digital now, but I find that I've been through enough things like storefront shutdowns, like the Wii U and 3DS are shortly going to lose theirs in March, for instance, that in the long run I do not regret collecting physical copies instead, especially when it comes to Nintendo, where they hold their value extremely well. Okay, we're going to go to the Sawmill quickly. So the next map is going to be located all the way over here. It's the Northern Fortress, but we will not be playing it just yet. We might take a look at it to see if we'll do it today. But we'll want to take care of some minor essential business in town before we proceed. Not going to do nearly everything here. We're just going to pick a few things up off the floor, assign Violet's ring to somebody. We haven't determined who. And now able to play Wyvern Ride. Well, that's interesting. I don't know what that is. I might even take a look. Flight Simulator minigame, maybe? I don't even know where it's located. Looks like it's at a training yard. We might actually take a look at that. I have no idea what it is, so... maybe it is just a little flight training minigame.
Thanks!
We haven't seen Rosato and Goldberry. Probably in the next story map. That's where I would expect them. I'm kind of disappointed there was no Mario game. Yeah... it's... such a significant series that, I mean, it's going to be coming at some point. It's just a matter of when. I mean, I lived through the massive drought between Super Mario World and NSMB on the DS, which was like a 15-year drought for the 2D series, so... compared to that, the hiatus it's been on doesn't seem that bad. But then that's because I've been playing so much Mario Maker in the meantime to keep myself busy.
Indeed.
But I do expect that the next 2D Mario is going to be a pretty significant generational overhaul. And I'll be quite eager to see what that is. It is going to come at some point. It is still consistently one of Nintendo's best-selling series, with good reason. So, you know, it's not like We're just going to set it aside. I know that people who follow things like production credits on Nintendo games have noticed that a lot of the people who would typically be moved off to the Mario team to work on things like Splatoon, for instance, have not been working on Splatoon, and so chances are something's coming. Anyway, I have no idea how the Wyvern Ride works. We usually don't spend too much time on the minigames, but we'll see what this is.
Yes.
Fly through a course while shooting floating targets. They have a lot of minigames in this game. Usually just rewarding you with a tiny little stat boost for the next map, which is largely inconsequential, at least on this difficulty. I am currently playing on hard, which is not the top end difficulty, which is maddening.
Which would you like?
And yeah, we'll do it once on normal just to see it. And we'll see
Have
if
a nice
Sami wants to
flight.
come along to do a bit of course correction. Now here's the question, does it invert the controls? We'll find out. You gotta go finish the dishes? Yeah, have fun with that. Good to see you too. And do we get to accelerate or... Oh, yeah, we hold ZR to shoot. Okay. So it is not inverted. But we just move the pointer and we shoot everything. And normal mode seems to be pretty gentle. Shades of Lego Star Wars here. Now, if only you could shoot like that from a Wyvern. You usually can't. Got quite a few more targets to hit here. Oh, oh, and it's a bomb. Okay. Cross bomb. We just combo everything if we can. Yeah, I guess we need to not shoot some of the chain in advance. If we want to chain everything properly. Then... yeah, I wasn't expecting anything like this in the game. They had recently patched in a little bit of side content as well, but I think this was probably in originally, but since I didn't see it in the patch notes. We've really powered up now. Whoa, gonna miss a few targets here. Oh yeah, Sami is helping, that's why. Sami is catching some of my misses. Not 100% though. That's okay, we'll see what kind of bonus this gives me. Yeah, we'll do the next map if it looks quick. If it looks like it's something absolutely massive, then maybe we'll save it for the next stream.
Just what I'd expect from the Divine One.
SSS, okay, sure, we'll take it. It wasn't perfect. And Sami did need to help quite a bit. Oh, torches, fragments,
Until next time.
temporary items. Sure, we'll take it. Okay, let me see if I have anybody who's near level cap that we need to level up. Anybody near 19 who can benefit from some training. Yeah, Tamara Yunaka is still kind of around 18. Yeah, you basically get a little bit of free experience for a unit between maps, but I don't think I want to take the time. Otherwise, we'd just pump up Alchrist or Yunaka or somebody. But I'd rather see the next map first, so we don't dawdle here for too long. We can check the shop over here. Because I've only seen it a few times, I don't know if the flea market shop gives you anything particularly rare. Mostly it's just gifts.
Well then.
Yeah, gifts and some materials. Not really anything we'll look into right
Feel
now.
free to come again.
Haven't really been playing with a lot of the social or support features on the side very much. We should probably grab a meal, though, because that will give me a stat buff. And we'll grab anything off the notice board as well. And, yep. A lot of rewards over here that scale up with time.
Decided to stop by, huh?
And let's see which supports we want to build. Any characters we haven't touched at all? Yeah, I guess Panette, who's designed honestly a little bit creepy. Oh, I've got Celine as well. How do I not have a support with Celine? That's surprising. And basically apple pie. You know what? We can do even more stats. Caramel nut cake. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know if choosing vegetable, fruit, or fish actually matters. Like whether you need to match the recipe that you're working on, or if there's no particular reason to do so.
Might as well make this part of my training routine.
I have no idea what the formula is behind this, so we've just been
Whew, I think it's going well.
throwing materials at it and seeing what sticks.
It's sure to be a hit at the table.
This is great. A hearty meal.
Rank D, that means no leftovers. Okay. Let's see the supports.
Hey,
Of what?
come on.
Sure, you're...
That's all you have to say? The least you could do is notice.
I had no idea.
That's all I get? Ugh, I can't believe that didn't work. Hup, do you have some kind of god training that lets you see through fake crying, Divine One?
That would be very
God
effective
training?
god training.
I don't think anyone needs special training.
Hey, how come you're not fawning over me?
I don't treat people differently, just...
Wrong. Being nice is great and all.
I see.
So we'll
Nobody
try
wants to
this
tell her that
again.
she's slightly
Only
intolerable.
I'll be even cuter next time.
I don't know if she has a support with Bram, actually, because I think the two of them would definitely find something in common here in terms of what their personal priorities are. Worshipping dragons and all that. And wanting to be worshipped in return, perhaps, in this case. Anyway, let's just continue. And, oh yeah, we need to assign Violet to somebody. Let's take a look at that. Also, we should replace the warp staff. Or just put a different staff on... oh no, Pentra has still got one charge from warp, because, right, we only used it up for the run where we had to reset. Okay. That's fine then. Anyway, in terms of where Byleth is going to go, I was thinking Ivy. Currently Ivy's holding Mia with a shove. No, we probably still want to shove on somebody high movement though, so... We can move Byleth onto my avatar where we haven't actually gotten very much use out of Ike. Because, you know, not much of a frontliner. We've got a lot of choices here. I could also go with Marin, perhaps. Because Byleth is mostly going to be useful to stack some luck, I think. Let's take a look. Well, and also the associated weapon. Oh, and also the buff that you give everybody around you. That's why I was thinking Ivy, which makes me think that we'll need somebody else, or we can put it on Gato. I think what we'll do is we'll take a look at what the party size for the next battle is, and we'll determine that based on that, where Byleth will go. So let's just see the next battle, and we'll determine whether we want to start it up. And yeah, we'll save some of the extraneous training and bonus XP for later. Oh yeah, we're already here, Northern Fortress. Let's just take a look. And that's going to be with Corrin's Ring. We'll see how big a map it is.
My new moves are coming together nicely. Just a bit more practice and I'll call it a day. And this spot, it's perfect for rehearsal. So quiet and empty. What is that? No good. I'm trapped here. Is it my fate to die like this? It's such a pity to be caught so unprepared. I'd have practiced combat as well as dance.
Hurry! You must get to safety now!
I wonder if this is a bard character.
Who said that?
Oh, thank goodness. You can hear what I'm saying, can't you? Follow the sound of my voice.
If it's a bard or dancer character, I wish I'd saved my
There's a door to
boots
your right. Now go! Hurry!
I'm coming.
to give him movement instead. Because in past games, when I have the boots item to get one additional movement on a unit, I usually prioritize the bard or dancer.
Is the Northern Fortress that
And
frightening?
secondarily, the generals, which I've done here with Louis.
Yep. My ancestors designed it that way.
Maybe we'll
The
get another
locals
pair of
won't
boots somewhere,
get
but they
near
tend to
the
be a
place.
pretty
They say
rare item
ghosts
in
wander the ruins.
any Fire Emblem campaign. And because it's just the most powerful permanent buff.
A haunted castle. Relax.
Of course, in this game we have
That's
Sigurd
just
as
the
well
local
too.
lore.
Give us bonus movement once we get him back anyhow.
Then why did you make it sound so real?
Sorry. I shouldn't be talking. Mom always told me to stay away so nobody would figure out the ring's location. There it is now.
For an abandoned fortress.
Wait a sec. The corrupted!
Let's go. We can't let them get the ring.
Okay, let's see who's on our side and who we're fighting. This should be tuned a fair bit easier than the last level. Recommended base class 19. That's about 5 levels down consistently. That seemed to be the difference.
No.
Yeah, this place is swarming. Hang on. Divine...
They have us well and
See it
truly
all.
surrounded. Again. Thank you, Ring.
Oh,
I was telling you to hide, not come looking for me.
so it's going to be female Corrin, actually.
How could I stay away?
Definitely
A
Corrin.
talking ring. I take it you're a princess, trapped in this unusual form by a wicked curse.
Actually,
No need to persuade me, Your Highness. Oh, spirit of the card,
you're a fortune teller,
Le Dragon. It means help may come from an unexpected source. I suppose we'll just have to hold off the beasts until it arrives.
I wonder if I can just warp somebody in there right away. Also, this looks like there's going to be some fog 4 on the map. Let's take a look. Dancer in Ruins. We got a party of 9. No, it's not. It's actually going to be one of the maps where you uncover doors room by room, I think, which we haven't seen since probably the GBA maps. I don't remember it being in the Radiance games, for instance, although I might be wrong. Maybe there was something like that in the 3DS games, but I don't remember. But it looks like we'll be uncovering rooms once we break down doors or break down other terrain elements, which will be pretty fascinating, as long as we're pretty careful about who's taking point. The Seedall's over here. We've got a destructible wall. I think we need to get in there and talk to him. We can also warp somebody in there immediately, which would be one way to do it. But yeah, we need to break down a wall. Ike, of course, would be able to do it in one shot. And what are these tiles? These tiles look like they're potentially a respawn point. Unless they're tiles that are reserved for additional characters to join me, such as, say, Rosato and Goldmary, who we have not seen. Anyway, let's take a look at who we're fighting. Lots of Corrupted, which makes me miss Celica's power. And they're mostly just going to die to a lot of magic, so we'll have a lot of magic users in here. And it'll be fun. And yeah, so we'll just bust this down. Tempted to keep a more or less identical party from last time, just to keep things easy, but of course, since this is in more lightweight map, maybe we should consider doing some swaps. So we're not just over-leveling the main team. So I'd say we are going to sit Pandreo, actually. And maybe bring in... Because we're pretty heavy on heals, so, you know, maybe bring in Fagato for this one. Or Yunaka. Maybe one of the archers. I feel like we'll want an archer. We can also get Frem up here as our alternate heal, since I've been benching her for a while. But yeah, Pandreo is kind of a bit of an emergency button for me. I've been relying on perhaps an excess. We can do Alchris as well. Actually, no, I want to give Fagato a bit of a run because I want to see how he's doing with this loadout that we've put on him. So it's going to be a bit of a promoted class run, but let's take a look. And I think I said that I wanted to put a Byleth's ring on somebody, didn't I? Probably Ivy. Right, because then we can put Dex, Speed, and Luck. Yeah, we can put the Mia ring with a shove on Fagato, because then Fagato can do a shove from behind if needed. I think that's going to be the way we do it. Let's put some emblem rings on. The rationale behind putting Byleth on Ivy is that she gives everyone a resilience boost. I was thinking about doing it on a covert class for speed boost as well, but yeah, she's kind of light on physical attack, but you never know when we want to do that instead. Okay, so we might actually make a quick stop before continuing, but let's take a look here and see whether that's doable. Yeah, got momentarily distracted. Let's see. You're right, because we're going to put Byleth's ring on her.
Byleth.
And then Mia's ring on Fagato. If we can find it. Where is it? Where'd it go? It'll be here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's right. From Path to Radiance. We'll do that as main team this time. We'll basically relieve ourselves by one heal. And have a lot of damage to work with here. However, that means that we won't have a warp staff to instantly get over to the other side. However, we could also warp Jean over there with the rewarp staff. That would be fun. So yeah, we'll almost certainly have some allies coming in for us, hence those spots. Let's map out the first turn, make sure we have a good plan going. Probably put Jean and Louis up front. We can just javelin somebody right away. We can have Marin within 2 range of somebody. Citrin will be within thunder range, I guess. Yeah, you can basically have a couple of thunder longbow attackers all over the place. And what's this? This is just a wall, okay. Yeah, we should actually just be able to run directly in there with Louis, and then this magic attacker isn't even going to do very much. So Jean can run up there as well, but of course Jean could potentially just dive in here to the other side. We'll see if that works. No, we want Louis here so we can actually pass the pillar. Yeah, that's the thing about pillars as well, is that... you know what? We could do a shove. We can do a shove with Gato. And then set up a defensive line like that. And that's okay, we don't need to be absolutely precise with this then. Yeah, because Chloe can also get her ability activation right away and really start pummeling somebody. We'll just roll with this, I think. But of course I keep forgetting to account for this pillar over here that does disable some attacks. Because if Marin is down here, yeah, Marin didn't actually hit something. Ivy is up here. Ivy can hit a lot of things. And Chloe could actually get into the pillar and do something there, so... We'll see what makes sense when we actually play it. Just a quick inventory check, but we want to get underway with this pretty quickly, so... Let's default him to Great Lance. And for that matter, to the Shielding Art. And to the axe. Just so we have our first choices ready to go. Okay. Do the pre-battle save and let's roll. Could be a pretty big map. Judging by all the doors, maybe there's going to be a thief race to a door at some point, but we'll see how it goes. Going to have some blind corners as we bust down doors and open new rooms.
That guy's not here to steal the ring. I think he's trying to protect it.
He's clearly no friend of the corrupted.
I didn't really even read what that guy was doing,
Let's
but
give
we'll
him
have to
a
talk to
hand.
him. Oh, protect Seedall and help him escape. Okay. Why don't I just use a rescue staff on him? Can I cheese it? I feel like we should check that because...
Allow me.
Oh, except I need Citrin to get within range to check that. I should have thought about that to begin with. Because it's 8 range from here, yeah. Seedall's probably going to try to run for the door or something, and that's okay. Because I think we'll just warp over there as Jean. I don't know if this is as generous as a game like Awakening when it comes to rescue spam. Also, let's see, yeah, you can talk to Seedall as well. Which is important to know because it means that I will want to get my main character over there as soon as possible. Okay, let's move then.
Understood.
Yeah, spear is going to do some work right away.
Understood.
11 sword would just kill it. Yeah, we might just go for kills.
Say the word.
And this does pretty well. Javelin. Need to back it up with some kind of 3-range attack.
No mistakes.
But we're able to do it. And we'll see how we do. Yeah, because we can do a swap with Louis. as well. We can do that nowadays. You know, run Chloe up here and then do a swap. Given that, I think we should do a bit of a speed check here. That's all fine. In that case, let's just start fighting and see what happens. Might be a bit of a sloppy play here. But we should just reduce incoming damage.
You were a worthy opponent.
Might even use Chloe to drop clones. And yeah, because if you drop clones, then it will start to block everything off a little bit, and then we'll be in pretty good shape.
Emblem, engage!
We'll just push in really aggressively. And then, yeah, we send the water to the convoy. That's fine. And Jean can warp over. Then, yeah, we're going to have a lot incoming, but
I'll do my best.
I can just get Jean over there right away. And what is this guy even doing here? Steel hand art. But he is a dancer, and then it looks like he will... Okay, so dance doesn't give you an additional move. It is just going to be a heal, though. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, because we move him up. And then Louis can do a bit of a swap too, and get up to the front line here. And swap with Marin. It'll be a fancy play. Let's do it. Also, yeah, he's going to have a range attack. That's fine. We'll keep on Spear. I think so anyway. Spear, speed 11. Yeah, that'll do decently well. Not a kill though. This will be 40, 17 to 25. Well, maybe it'll not quite do enough. So let's go swap. And then so yeah, we'll just get up here. I try to get them both in. Then we want to get up there right away.
Here goes.
Yeah, we'll go engage, and then unfortunately
Engage.
a great ether. I guess with my standard sword. Maybe I can do a shove. Still, no, I'm a little out of range for that. Forgot I should have done the shove first, because then I would have been within range to potentially even shoot down a door.
Got it.
And yeah, we'll just do things this way. We'll just have a bit of an easygoing time of this map after. having had to weave the other one pretty carefully. And of course, this time, Ether is actually going to do its job.
Don't stand in my way.
There we go. Breaks them both. And we'll be able to bust this down pretty quickly. Indeed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, won't be able to reach the ally yet this turn, but we'll get there soon enough. Yeah, we'll just knock out everyone we can.
That was cool, was it not?
I mean, surely it can't be as trivial as warping him over and carrying him out. Because wouldn't the doors shut behind you at least so you can actually have a chance to see the rest of the map? I mean, there's no way that you can just skip the whole map, right? Like, there's definitely some kind of convoluted pathway to make that happen. Yeah, but I'm very curious. Because let's say we're within rescue range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just put Citrin in there. Would you be able to do it? You totally would. Just pull Seed all out of there. Just for fun. See if we can break anything. I want to see if we can do it. Just for fun. And we'll just talk to him here.
You there. Who are you? Don't worry, I'm not your enemy.
Now, I haven't been
I'm
able
the
to buy new
Divine
rescue
Dragon.
staves at the shop yet, so we shouldn't be using it willy-nilly when it's so incredibly powerful, but I did want to see if we could break anything on this map.
The Divine Dragon, you say?
There has to be another
You know,
objective, not just getting them out the
My card
door.
spoke unexpected source indeed. I was out there rehearsing.
A talk?
Yes. I believe
Yeah,
it's
we've
a
got to
young
be able to
princess
get
who
the
fell
ring
victim to
first.
some sort of
That's got to be
curse.
the additional objective.
Isn't that awful?
We find a ring and then we get out.
Not a curse.
You know her story then?
Hand it to me.
All right.
Bear your fangs. Emblem of Fates.
Oh, we'll just get it right away. It is going to be Corin. And there's a theme of Fire Emblem Fates lost in thoughts all alone.
I am Emblem Corin. Thank you for finding me. I'll help ensure the path you decide to walk is the right one.
Thank you.
And if there are
Emblem
3
Corin.
paths, she will
I'm
take
sorry
them all.
I kept you waiting for so long.
An emblem? Really?
Seedall, would you fight by Corin's side?
It would be my pleasure. This world.
Okay, doors open. And then doors seal. Okay, that's exactly what happens.
Huh?
Yep, not so simple
We
after
won't
all.
be able to escape the way we came in.
Now I wonder about all these purple blobs, how we get them out of the way. Also, after talking, I'm still able to attack, which is important to know.
I had to stop you.
Okay. Or miasma. Okay, when you stand there, it benefits the corrupted and it does not benefit our team. Understandable. And also the flyers can just go right over. Yeah. The floor just collapses immediately. In fact, we have no real trouble.
Divine One, as a dancer, please, call upon my abilities as you see fit.
Dancer is adjacent to a unit who has already acted. Ah, okay, so it is going to be move again. Yeah, I should have saved my boots. Nice to have a dancer class again. Always some of my favorites. We run them all the time. I assume that it is just going to be a flat 30 levels special class path for Seedall. Seedall and Corton, yeah, there we go. So let's see. Corton has a dual katana. Right, because it does the Fates thing where it reverses the weapon triangle. Three spaces in a line, turning them into water. That would help because it would help against miasma. Dragon Vein. Ah, okay, so that's going to differ by class type as well. And then, yeah, if you're engaged with Corn, then you can actually free some enemy units in a whole cluster. Okay. Well, that'll be helpful. Yeah, dancers tend to be consistently some of my most used characters, and it's fun to level them up with attacks as well, just to
I was in such a rush earlier.
get their stats up and
I
running.
didn't notice the miasma.
The creatures must have brought it with them. Use my power to dispel the miasma.
Strict foes movement and create terrain to control the flow of battle. That'll be interesting to play against when we have to deal with it. Okay, lots of stuff to work with here, very much in keeping with the flavor of the original game, of course. Steel art, shielding art. Oh yeah, we totally forgot to put fists on my Divine Dragon. We do have a spare pair of silver fists in a convoy, which we should have taken into account. Hang on, we'll chip that down first, if we have anything to chip it down without outright killing. Probably not. Everything is just going to straight up kill. Yeah, if I have some way to just poke it for a moment. That's okay. Astra Storm, speaking of which, we'll take a look at these. El Thunder Mage is probably going to go down first. I think that's likely the best one to take out. Everybody here is reasonably weak, though. So maybe even the Axe Fighter, just to get the ranged attack out of the way. Let's see who we can take out immediately, if we can. Yeah, we'll just throw Lucina down here and smack this.
One strike! I'm pretty tough, you know.
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Blue Blur, I just saw your message from a few minutes ago saying you returned and welcome back.
The choice is yours.
We can do some kind of damage buff on Seedall. That'd be great. Otherwise, he'll be slightly off in damage. Unless we do perhaps an engage attack. Oh, and I don't even need to be fully engaged to drop the Dragon Vein, which is Interesting. Okay, that's fine then. Engage will not quite do it, except... Yeah, we're giving a dual katana. Dual katana would do it. Let's just use the ability right away.
It is like a mirage.
Okay. Then Chloe and Lynn will be way out of position. Yeah, we'll just go over here and go flashing fist.
I have to keep everyone safe.
It's gonna be a pretty casual map, this one. At least so far. Never want to totally underestimate these. Also, everybody else is so far out of range. Let's... see here. This guy goes there. And I guess we have one more turn on the engage. We don't need to use the Astra right away. Yeah, might as well just knock him down a bit.
As if I'd lose.
Keep things simple. And then we'll just move on up with everybody. Yeah, we'll just widen the wall a bit. Oops. Okay. Move up here. And Fugato here. And we just drop a river on this. Where am I? Okay, but I am engaged right now, so why am I not able to do the torrential attack? Let's see. Because I probably need an attack target to do that. How about what we can do? Create vein of ice. Let's see. I just got a lot of magic attackers up here. We just need somebody who's a strong magic tank. Ivy will fit the bill just well enough. Got resilience 20 against all this stuff. Yeah, she'll be just fine.
Loathsome. Unforgivable.
Probably even longbow some of this stuff. And yeah, as long as you don't get totally pummeled by the other three. Because it'll do 22, 26, 26 physical. Yeah, you might get hit a little too hard. Not really. Gives you 22. And a 26 physical is going to do 13. The 22, 26 magic will do how much? 11 and 7, 18 and 13, you'll live. bit careless, but we'll play it that way. Anyway, let's see how Seedall's power is going to go. Oh, interesting. That it will do everything on that side. Okay. And then it's destructible afterwards. Okay, I see. But then that's how you decontaminated miasma. And we'll just start rushing in. Would also give me a target to tap for my other ability, in fact, the water ability. Because we would need a target for that line damage in order for it to function, so... Yeah, kind of wasted rescue staff here, but that's okay. Made things nice and simple. I should keep in mind that Elwind actually would have had a type effectiveness on my dragon here. That's okay. Magic damage is going to be relatively inconsequential. Yeah, that went pretty much as expected. I still got one turn on the engage there. Let's see what we can do.
Sure, okay.
We'll actually go over here, pull him back by one. So we can potentially seed all in. $22 with that. 16 with that. Okay. Let's knock him down a bit then. Not too much, just enough to make a statement. We'll go Thunder from range. The idea is just to feed Seedall over the course of this map and get him leveled up quickly.
It was fate, you see.
Well, that's a pretty significant gain. And we'll pop a heal on him quickly. And yeah, we're fairly light on heals, like I was saying, but that will do just fine. Until we open up the next chamber. We can even do swaps with Louis just to make sure slower characters get up front. Okay. Louis could open a door. Alright, that's fine. Should Shouldn't have too much trouble with this. It's going to be a bit of a straight dungeon crawler. We got physical attack 32 coming in here. Yeah, Jean can tank up front. In fact, we can use Seedall's power. Get Jean to do a bit of a run. Because Jean will be able to tank just about everything here. As long as he stays in shielding stance. And these two won't quite hit with the L-Surge because that's a one range. We'll just get everybody bunched up there as fast as possible. Then, yeah, Chloe. Wait. We just totally rushed him out. A way that is very uncharacteristic for this playstyle. Didn't we have this ring with a shove? Oh yeah, I forgot that the shove power is dependent on your constitution, or rather your build in this game. I should have checked Fogato's numbers first, because he's not going to be... Well, he's not going to be pushing my tank around, that's for sure. Anyway, where's Seedall? Seedall. We got something done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. And in fact, we should check Seedall. He does have a fist, so we can in fact get him some better fists from the convoy. And meanwhile, we get down here to attack. Even just with a shielding art, that will do plenty.
I need to be more diligent.
Yeah, at this point, though, Jean is so overleveled that he's just going to absorb all the experience, arguably in excess. And what was I even going to do here? Some kind of synergy. Can't even recall. Anyway. Oh yes, because the miasma gives you a plus 20, which means we should actually push the Great Axe. And just kill. I hadn't really thought through the implications of just how big the plus 20 to defense really is. Okay, nobody there is going to be too much of a problem. Yeah, ordinarily we would have kind of leveled up the backline of the party. Sometimes it's nice to just blitz through that quickly like this. That's okay.
The stars have a lie. It is like a mirage.
Not the most spectacular critical hits, but we'll take it. And we'll just have to run everybody up. It's the rare kind of map where I just don't need to spend a lot of time with the arithmetic because the attacks are all generally quite clear. Anyway, let's first of all pop open both chambers just to see what will happen. Also, assuming we can take out both of these here, yeah, we should be able to without problems.
I'm sorry.
And then we'll let you take points in this one. No, except we need to do a little bit of chip damage to it first. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, let's just poke doors first. Gonna use the attacking fist because why not? That'll be just fine. No, really low hit percentage. Oh, because of the pillars, not because of my asthma. That's okay. We'll just need another solution. Like reactivating Picado. Yeah, very low hit chance once again. Need somebody who can actually hit. 77%? Yeah, I guess that's decent.
I'm ready to dig in. I'm sorry.
Another day, another critical hit. And Radiant Bow will do it. Let's open it up. Lots more to go. Okay. Now, the miasma doesn't actually affect movement, so as long as we don't have enemies in sight, it should be okay to stand in it. Even if it does totally blow my defense. Okay, player phase again. Nobody's attacking in, so lots of pods all over the place, of course, to refresh relevant abilities. Oh, there's a chest. Miasma is going to... It's going to be a little bit tough to hit, but we'll figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, just gotta pull it out somehow. Or... And yeah, that's just gonna kill right away, so that'll be just fine. As long as we take out its outer part as well. Yeah, and it's pretty tough. We would need a radiant bow to get through to that. We'll see. The thing about the Silver Spirit art is that our defense won't get any worse at this point, so... Yeah, it's going to hit hard, but we should be able to do it. Also, Fagato would have been able to do a push here. Oh no, because too heavy, yeah. And can't just shove anybody. Yeah, really should have checked his weight before attempting this method. That's okay. Yeah, I gotta draw them out. And that's okay, it's not hard to do. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, they're potentially valuable. And anyway, Seedall can also do the double move. We keep forgetting that. Which means there's a good chance that we can just do this instead. Okay. This will do probably fine. Might as well dive right in there. And Radiant Bow will do the job.
Glad we met.
And yeah, 32 attack off of this. You'll be fine. I need to heal up though. Slightly. Just let everybody attack in as before. Except of course you don't want everybody to be stuffed into this location. And Mike and Nana, welcome. And yeah, glad to hear some words of encouragement again. Yeah, we're just having a pretty easygoing time. This map, after having had a relatively tough one prior to it. And let's see here. Yeah, we'll just park at this location. The shielding art. Yeah, because the idea is that if we put somebody up in this corner, you might have a 2-range attacker coming in here. You don't want too many of these units trapped out here, though, so we'll eventually just rush down here and bomb them out. And we can accelerate things a bit. And put Chloe over here because then Lynn's ability can give her a long distance shot. Okay, that hit a lot harder than I expected. I mean, I had all the information I needed to see that it would be that bad, but that's okay. We are way ahead of the respawns here. We're not at risk at all. So we'll just
better.
Definitely try to heal up out of that as well. Or just attempt this. Yeah, it's still going to be 100%, so we'll kill it.
My apologies.
And we should have gotten somebody who actually needs the refresh pool. From here, luckily nobody attacking in 3 range. Oh, El Thunder attacking in 3 range. We need to be careful. Can't just walk into that. We can walk into this side. But we should actually heal him up first. Healers are not really available here. Let's just open it. Good thing I checked the El Thunder range there. That would have been kind of a rough way to go, with just missing this one spot. And yeah, I should do fine. Over here.
I have to keep everyone safe.
Okay. We should stand outside and do El Thunder for sure. Oops. We'll do a decent amount. Could be better. Let's just move the whole crew up and see what we can do.
It's just like my fairy tales.
Okay, Astral Storm. Yeah, taking a spear is not a bad idea. Also, if I stand beside that, we're here. We can get a bit of a buff to the damage as well. And that'll get a couple of kills. Takes out a spear, flame lance, steel lance. Oh, let's see who we want to take out then. Didn't even look at the weapons properly. Flame lance. It's not going to do much though. It's just 18 attack there. Spear is probably the one I actually want to get rid of. Yeah, we'll just
Now I have you.
jump on that one.
Simple enough.
And we'll need to upgrade that. Yeah, these are movement 4. They're not going to catch me for ages. We're going to be just fine. Yeah, best to just kind of sit this out until we can get everyone in position. Although, we do El Thunder back here. And we can reposition after that, but let's see about that. Seedall's got defense 10, resilience 12. We don't want to walk into too much at once. Well, let's just do that. Does that make sense? Let's see, because chances are there will be something in response. Whoops. Okay, just these units here. And yeah, we'll just bunch everybody up. So we have somebody else who can run down. Why don't we just leave this turn as is? Unless we have good reason to believe we can score a whole whack of kills. That's okay. Now taking out a Flame Lance might be potentially important. Defense 14. Well, how much could you realistically take? So that would be 14. 14. Nobody else is really going to get into that position. 6 and 26 off the magic damage. Okay, no, that'll be a little too much damage. Let's not run down there yet. Well, let's just pass it and see what happens. Can't really be bothered to optimize right now, so. Lots of backup follow-ups all over the place. We'll need to watch out for that. So yeah, that was maybe a little ambitious. Actually did take a fair bit of damage there. Is there experience off these guys? Yeah, there is, for now. They hit hard though, look at these guys. Attack 44, pretty high HP pools. We probably don't want to mess around with those. What did we even pick up just now? I don't recall. Probably a big heal over here. Let's see who's going to do it. Also, I totally forgot to put a ranged heal on anybody. By the looks of it. That's okay. Yeah, pretty significant enemy terrain advantage, but then what we will do... Oh, Seedall's not even charged yet. Yeah, because you're supposed to use your ability, I think, to wash everything out. And you can't just drop a Dragon Vein on top of somebody who's already standing there. But something like the blade would push it. The steel blade, you might not do damage, but it would be pushed. And then you get it out in the open, and you can snipe it from there also.
I'll be careful.
We'll see. I need to pull back out of this one. Yeah, I can't really just fight directly on this terrain. We do need to actually use the map mechanic. Or just go back and heal up. Just snipe everything we can. So for example, yeah, Marin can get one. Marin can get any of these, in fact. And Lucina can definitely nuke something. Probably even at range. we should probably just attack, and then Seed All can make somebody do an additional attack as well, so. Let's actually see the hit chance out of this. Because if we can heal out of that, then this will push it. That'll make everything easier. It'll be a bit of a risky maneuver, but that will solve so many problems. Yeah, I like that. We'll give a push. And that's out of there. Now we just go to town with these.
Hungry for more! I'm sorry.
And yeah. Baron can go here to first attack.
First one's free! You were a worthy opponent.
And then Citrine can always thunder somebody.
Please forgive me.
We'll just eradicate this whole room and play really quickly. Yeah, the one back there is pretty high resistance, so we'll go down here instead. Yeah, Baron should be just fine. I think I really even read that effect just now, in fact. That's okay. And yeah, that'll just smash that quickly.
That was cool, was it not?
So yeah, the smash attack with the steel blade was really the MVP over here. And you'll need to go back and heal at some point, but for now, we'll just run up. Very tempting to just open this door right away, but oh, I guess the exit's in the next room, so there will be some kind of final confrontation here we should be prepared for. And that means we shouldn't break things open just yet. And yeah, we'll head over here, grab the bond perhaps. And somebody will heal back there, and somebody will heal Jean up here.
Let's hear it.
And we want to mention shielding art, so in light of that, we will first of all take a look at this. Okay, that's not too bad. And there is a chest over there, of course. We'll do something about that. And it's all physical attack. We do have to watch out for the bows, of course. And in general, the miasma placement. Yeah, not ready to rush in just yet, but... yeah, we'll just bunch everybody up there and that should be fine. Perhaps use Seed All to motivate some of my units to proceed further too. Anybody still remaining on heals? No. That's okay, that's what dancing is for. Okay, we'll get the one there up and running. And we can do kind of an initial exploratory run here before we actually dash into the other space. And we're not really at risk of being sandwiched, so... probably do want to look at some of this stuff though. Tomahawk is potentially going to hit back, but not if I break. Well, let's take a look. As Citrin get hit with Owl Thunder. We just need to defend her. Nobody gets close in. Also, there is a hammer over here. Luckily, we won't need to worry too much about that since we do not have Ruby up here. Yeah, they'll take it on immediately. Seedall can go as far as here. But Vagato can probably shove Seedall before that happens. Because we're on 21, it's actually effective defense 16. That would do 16, 16, and 10. 32, 42 damage. That's surprisingly fine. We'll get absolutely pummeled by this stuff, but we'll live to tell the tale.
I need to be more diligent.
Okay, A longbow on her. But she would potentially take 17 damage from that side. That's okay, we should definitely get rid of the tomahawk as soon as possible. Yeah, that'll take that guy down. Let's move up here.
Shall we?
Luckily, Seedall's a lightweight and can refresh. That's a Trin over here. And so Trin can probably nuke something of her choice. Yeah, we'll need to stuff this guy down here. Watch out for the bows in the meantime. Means this guy will probably have to stay alive, but that's okay, he's not going to hit very much. We'll just try to kill these two off as soon as possible. So we can definitely kill it. The question is just how. Yeah, Marin can definitely kill over here. And you have 26 and 26. To take her down. This is going to be 22 damage on that side. And then the 32 over here is going to inflict 17. 22 and 17. She'll live. It'll be tight. Maybe too tight. Oh, that's on the assumption, though. Yeah, so she can do plenty. But Trin is a bit flimsy to begin with. 9. This will be 15. Let's see. So yeah, we just need a way to poke them both. Get rid of the tomahawk and then get Marin down here. I think that's the way to do it.
You were a worthy opponent.
Yeah, tomahawk definitely has to go down. And then neither of these can hit this spot over here, so... But I want to draw this out of the miasma, so... It's doing 32 damage. Actually... What? We don't want to just stand here. right? So we want to protect this side. We'll just draw it out. And that'll be a relatively solid hit. Oh. Oh, no, mistake. Didn't see that it had 2 health points here. Okay, we made a pretty sizable error. I might need to back up out of this map because we kind of goofed here. No, we should actually be fine. We'll need to count for 38 on a Tomahawk now, though. Although, yeah, Tomahawk plus X against Citron is going to run into some trouble. It is 32 and 38. Yeah, I made a mistake. Didn't even see the life crystal on this. That's okay. Let's see if we can salvage this with something, some kind of big play. Some kind of swap play or something that will create miracles. Yeah, because we're actually in a bit of a pickle here. 26 and 32 is going to do how much? It's going to do 11 and 17. It's going to be 29. It means she can take an additional 12, which will not be good. Yeah, I didn't realize this guy would stay up. We totally messed this up. Well, maybe evasion will do the trick for me here. It's the only thing I can think of. Unless we have some staves that will get me all the way over. Some warps or something. Yeah, you can tell we're getting sloppy. You know what? I know what to do. No, I don't know what to do because we no longer have enough power. Indeed, the 32 damage against this is going to be pretty significant in its own right. Oh, maybe the attackers will get drawn out separately. Shouldn't rely on that, though. I think a lot of stuff is going to die. 26, 32, and 38. Yeah, like a 2-on-1 against Citron would probably kill her. 3-on-1 against Marin would probably kill her. So, yeah, big mistake. Big mistake. We were doing so well, too, with no resets here. That's okay. Let's just hope the RNG sorts it out. Any reason to swap? Because you could come down here. Not good. That's okay. Hope for the best. Yeah, somebody's gonna die. It's just a matter of who they target. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Yeah, it's gonna be a 2-on-1. Okay, no, she'll live. Follow-up didn't do enough. That was close. That was close. Luckily, the targeting went for John over on this side instead. Yeah, that was a very nearly fatal error. I should actually look at that turn again. I was sure I was going to die to that. But I think there was like maybe a major whiff in there because I was looking at the damage numbers and it seemed like she should have been chopped down even further. But anyway, so we'll need to do something about this guy here. Probably do another push out again with the blade like we did previously.
So weak.
We'll get over here and go Thunder once again. No problem. And just do another push with the blade.
Sleep now.
And in fact, the crit would just solve things for me, so no issues. Okay, now we just take out these two. And just run over here to pop the chest when we can. In fact, we could do that using Seedall's power as well. Just pop someone over here and then should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 movement in there with Marin, for instance. Yeah, because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just punch as well. Probably.
That was cool, was it not?
Yeah, kind of sloppy play all around, but
I'm not badly hurt.
the idea will be to force that out then. Before we actually get Seedall out the door. Yeah, might as well put it back on shielding art. Nern will be a little bit stuck here, but then we just pull her out. And that'll be okay. And then the reinforcements are nowhere close to catching me, so... Oh, no shoves over here. We should actually try Astra to see
Emblem,
if it's going to hit for enough. I don't think it is. Is that plus 20? Yeah, not nearly enough. But we'll have the option available. Next turn, should we choose to exercise it? Probably should have stayed behind to farm these ones. They're pretty tough looking, though. Let's just pop Marin over here for the time being and see what happens. Yeah, actually still standing one step too close. The fist will actually do quite a bit.
This is how I save lives. I have to keep everyone safe.
Okay, done. Easy. Talisman, excellent. And that other one from earlier that we needed to apply as well. Okay, nothing else to really look at here. Interestingly enough, we just never used Seedall's power because we expended the meter and never refreshed it. So, I mean, we could do a bit of a top-up heal if we really wanted some experience somewhere, but I don't think... we'll get Seedall to do a little dance. Oh no, Seedall needs to get out, so we'll do that. And Fagato can kind of come in here and do a push to put Seedall in position. So I think... yeah. I'll just go over here. We don't want to do Dragon Vein because we'll just have to pop it all over again. Let's go Fagato. Push. Oh. I guess maybe I need to activate the exit. That doesn't count until I do. Okay. Well, that's alright. We'll end turn. Yeah, maybe I need to activate it manually. Yeah, escape, exit map. So yeah, we kind of burned an extra turn this way, but that's okay. Doesn't matter anything but the turn timer. And I think that'll be it. Yeah, we should have done a push first. But I think positionally that was a bit tricky to make happen.
Our paths diverge for a moment. Divine.
Okay. Pretty quick and efficient. I mean, we took an overpowered party into it. Because, frankly, I was in the mood to breeze through one of these for a change. And the story maps in general have been really gentle. Ever since the Chapter 11 split. The disjunction, as it were. Like it's almost overcompensating for taking all your emblems away by just giving
all right, we're safe.
Relatively easy story maps and much more challenging emblem maps.
Hang on. Someone's...
Don't tell me.
Is everyone okay? I saw all those monsters coming in and got worried.
Definitely.
Vale?
Multiple personality issues here. A day-night cycle.
Oh my! We meet again.
Yes, we did.
I'm glad. I was surprised to see you out in that blizzard.
Whatever game you're playing,
Huh?
don't act like you forgot.
Lies? What do you mean?
Not a step closer!
How did you know?
Just looking at you.
You took my country from me.
The people you killed. But you don't care, do you?
Wait a moment. I killed people?
Drop the act. You know what you did. You
She totally
murdered
doesn't know
my
what she did.
mother.
I didn't. I didn't.
Believe you. Like I believed we were friends?
We've got to do something.
Let her go. It's probably a trap.
Divine One? Are you alright?
I'm fine. But the next time I see Vale, I swear.
Okay, that's it for this map. We got a couple of new supports. We might look at those before we finish, but that will be the last map we do today.
Thank you.
And we'll see if we can recruit any pets. And yeah, we'll look at some of the marked dialogue, but other than that, we'll just loot the map a bit, see if we can pick up some pets and possibly even some silver for a change. Although, of course, silver was not advertised in the map preview screen as being something you would be likely to pick up here, so perhaps... Oh, there you go, silver. Right on cue. Anyway, let's grab that last bit over there, all the way in this chamber. Yeah, kind of interesting to see how this is modeled with the roof over your head and everything. That's the fortress that we just explored. And okay, I think we can probably afford to get out. I'm sure Corrin's Paralog is opening up immediately. We'll just take a look at what kind of skills we're dealing with. Oh, direct continuation.
I killed people. Why would I do that?
Lady Vale, I finally caught up with you.
Oh, Chris.
You're a hard girl to find.
Papa told you to drag me back home.
Told me to. Oh, I see what's going on here.
I'm not going back.
Ah, the other one.
No matter what you say, when he awoke, I thought we could finally spend time together. Always telling me to kill the Divine Dragon or attack so-and-so's castle. I'm not an evil person. Even the Divine Dragon was angry with me.
The Divine Dragon said you were friends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's complicated.
It is very complicated.
Look, whatever those people told you.
You think so?
Of course.
Right. Right. If only I'd said that before.
You want to try and speak with them again?
I do.
If this is what you want, I'll help out.
All right.
It's settled then.
Firne.
'Cause that's where the Divine Dragon is going.
How do you know that?
Oh, because we've just been going in a loop-de-loop around the map.
Come on, we're on a schedule here. Do you want to patch things up or...
I do.
This ought to be real interesting.
Okay, let's see a few conversations.
You're always eating the juiciest looking thing.
They're all so good.
Got her up to the Manicotti. And we got a lot of supports to look at. Well, yeah, 3 separate pairs, I suppose. And a few more besides, so sure, let's take a look.
Practicing your dancing tonight? Ah, Divine One. It's not so much practice as it is performance. But there's no one around.
Yeah, we had just spent our boots
There's
too,
the moon.
as I was saying earlier. I mean, they've been very useful on Louis, but it would be even more useful on Seedall for the extra movement. But I think what we'll do eventually was we'll just, when we get Sigurd back, we'll put him on Seedall. And that'll be fantastic because then he can also dance and get out of the way with the canter skill.
The moon? That's
I
right.
think that'll be a
The
fantastic
silver light
combo,
shining
actually.
in the dark above, and the multitude of stars too. Divine One, did you know that when people die, my teacher is up in that sky? This teacher of yours? He did. These dance steps were the ones he loved most. It's beautiful, Seedall. I give up many of life's pleasures, and it's not easy. I practice my steps intently. My dancing skills are renowned and. You're so disciplined, and there's something otherworldly about you. May I resume dancing now? Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, traditionally, when I've recruited dancer classes in Fire Emblem games, I've run them in
Seedall,
every single map
is it
at
true
that point.
that you can tell fortunes?
The rosters are occasionally tight for some of the paralogs. So we'll see if we can maintain the viability of that approach going forward.
It is. I can divine anything, from the day's fortune to a person's greater fate.
But combined with somebody who has engaged their emblem, if it doesn't count against the tick to activate them again at the same turn, that is a pretty significant spike in power in terms of how many big moves you can make.
What a marvelous talent!
Brodia's future?
Brodia is my home, and since the start of the war...
Ah, you'd like to know the fate of the kingdom then? It may not be good news.
Yes.
It'll be
I
good
am
news.
prepared
We're in
for the
charge
truth.
around here.
Understood. Spirit of the cards. Cast your divine light. It is revealed.
Yes?
I see.
Nothing. What do you mean, nothing?
It's just as I said. I see nothing.
That can't be. Does that...
I admit.
I see.
Spirit of the cards, cast your divine light.
Seedall, I heard you shouting.
Well, Chloe, it's
What's
going to be a
going
food
on?
skit. You just know it's coming.
Oh, Chloe.
You yell when you're reading?
Look at this, right here, before me. Meat sizzling on the fire, but my dancing will be less than disciplined. My body is my instrument.
Sounds like fun. Well, what did the cards tell you?
As much as it pains me to say.
More from me then.
Moon and stars? I thought you'd protest at least a little bit. Oh
Nope,
well,
she's
go
a
ahead.
hungry girl. That has
Thanks
been
for the
very
meal,
well
Seedall.
established at
Next
this point.
time?
If you say so.
Okay, who have we got? Just one more.
Greetings, Princess Hortensia.
Princess Saline! Yeah, you're gonna be tough, but...
Pardon, but
Oh, you're good. We might even be evenly matched. I mean, you won't catch me surrendering the field of battle.
we are battling then?
Yes, and I will ignore whatever I need to. Princess Saline, I will defeat you in cuteness. Rambunctious? Be all calm and superior. I'm gonna fantabulize you. Might as well get it over with and surrender.
Is she leaving so soon? What a darling girl, though.
Okay. They really didn't pick a voice for Hortensia that would sell that notion, I think. But that's alright. In terms of what is next, yeah, the map does make a loop all the way back to the Azure Coast. Oh, the Azure Coast. I mean, we still have one ring to go, which is the Twins from Sacred Stones, and so I think that more or less matches this kind of environment, if I remember correctly. As far as the remaining paralogue goes, though, Crossroads of Fate places significance to Emblem of Corrin. I was kind of wondering, oh, I see. No, this is going to be the decision point, the bridge in Chapter 6 of Fire Emblem Fates, where you have the half split after that. That's too bad. I was hoping for something like the Opera House, because I was thinking, you know, what iconic Fates location is actually present in both Birthright and Conquest, and which would be a fun battle. And the Opera House with all the boats would have been fantastic, but I can see why they picked this. As with a lot of the other locations so far, it is something very recognizable from the early game, much like the arena in Awakening, or for that matter, what we saw earlier today with the Sacred Tomb in Three Houses. So that's going to be Advanced Class 7, though. And once again, we'll probably have to stick with a top team or something like that. But we'll look at Crossroads of Fate next time, assuming that we feel ready to take it on. Let's take a look before we go at what Corrin's Ring is all about. Now, where is Seedall? Here we go. So yeah, Corrin can do a whole bunch of different kinds of dragon veins. Flames with mystical, fog with covert, which would really benefit Yunaka. In fact, she stands right in it. Might be fun to put her with one of those. Backups create stone pillars, so that's for defense. So you basically have temporary forts. Interesting. A lot of terrain manipulation. Vines that grant immunity to break. Interesting. So just being able to share properties of the various class types. Yeah, we didn't see what her pairing with dragon is. Let's take a look at that. Or for that matter, flying. But flying restores HP, I see. So just basically an HP restoration spot. Let's see here. And Torrential Roar also changes from time to time. We didn't even use Torrential Roar once in that map, so I still don't have an idea of how to target it properly or how the effect will go, but at some point we'll have to deal with it. Choose any vein effect. Oh, I like that. I think it'll be quite natural, in fact, to do tons of terrain manipulation with Corrin on our avatar here. And I've been kind of eager to trade Ike off to somebody else, because Ike does kind of clash with this avoidance style that we've been running on our main character. So, oh yeah, the one thing I wanted to look at as well was skill tree over here. So you get HP. That'll be the main thing that gets buffed, I suppose. Oh, interesting. So you get the face rubbing time with your various allies. Draconic Hex. Interesting. Yes, that's right. We had this all over the place in the course of actually playing Fates. And we'll see what her level 20 skills are when we get to them. I don't think we actually looked at Violet's level 20 tree, did we? Lots of luck. Luck all over the place. Divine Plus Plus seems to have the same kind of description as the standard Divine Pulse, doesn't it? Oh, 30% to 50%. I see. and eventually working your way up to the Sword of the Creator. Okay. That's going to be it for this stream, though. We're going to call it for now. We'll resume with Crossroads of Fate the next time we get to sit down with this. And hopefully that will be something tractable. And if it doesn't feel that way for now, then we'll move on to Chapter 16. Pretty good session today, despite at least one rather significant mishap. But let's call it. And so, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed what you saw today, and until our continuation, happy playing whatever it is you've been working on. Have a great week ahead of you. And above all, fare thee well.